Previously, I started with our holy. Previously, I started with our holy regards. Om Swastiastu. Om Awiganam Astu Namasidam. Om Sidirastu Tatastu Swaha. Om Previously, I started with our holy regards, Om Swastiastu, Om Awiganam Astu Namasidam, Om Sidirastu. Ladies and gentlemen, my dearest friend, the participants of Dharma Discourse, and the National Steering Committee of Utsawa Dharma Gita. First of all, I would like to say thanks to the juries who had given me an opportunity to deliver my Dharma Discourse. As a human beings, let us present the Previously, I started with our holy regards, Om Swastiastu, Om Awiganam Astu Namasidam, Om Sidirastu Tatastu Swaha, Om Anubadrah Kertawo Yantu Wiswata. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my dearest friend, the participants of Dharma Discourse, and the National Steering Committee of Utsawa Dharma Gita. First of all, I would like to say thanks to the juries who had given me an opportunity to deliver my Dharma Discourse. As a human beings, let us present the Astung Karapuja of Ida Sanya Widiwasa, because all of us believe that everything we do in this world is only by permission of God. So, it is a must for us to say thanks for the blessing, power, and help so that we can attend and follow this religious activity well and safely. Ladies and gentlemen, my dearest friend and the participants of Dharma Discourse, as we know that in our social life today, so many problems arise that are related to gender issues. In general view and understanding, the word gender is more defined as a woman's problem. Based on the realities of social problems like that, I want to deliver the Dharma messages with the theme Gender According to the Hindu Religion, and the title is The Position of Woman in Sara Samushaya. The context of gender was born in a context that is far different from what we are now. When humans are still living as hunters, seeker classification largely determine the distribution of power. Since then, the attachment of gender roles to certain sexes has occurred. The difference between man and woman based on gender differences by exposing the assumption of biological weakness to strengthen the position of the status of the male power over woman. Talking about woman is talking about the oldest construction of injustice that has ever existed on the earth. The closest example is the use of the word woman to label these people. The word woman comes from the word ampu, which means caring for or educating. Woman is the only part who have an obligation to care and educate. The attachment of stereotype as above makes women alienated in their position. They never choose to play in a role in their position they live. The role, position, and function have been chosen for them by a society. This attachment that makes women not integrated with themselves as a human who have real life. This is a crime against humanity. Women's struggle is not limited to the struggle for the right to get a higher education or to get a position as a leader. Re-understanding of religious texts in the context of gender awareness is a part of the search for broader meaning for this religious text. A holy book contains various teachings that are believed to be revelation from God. A book contains various guidelines for living a good and holy life for its adherents. Ladies and gentlemen, my beloved friend, and the participants of Utsawa Dharmawacana, Sara Samshaya is a book that contains guidance for living life. A text that is recognized as a holy book has a great legitimacy to regulate human life and form perception about life and what it sought in life. Sara Samshaya is a book that is closely attached to Hindus. How women are depicted in Sara Samshaya discourse is an important start to recognize the image of woman in Hinduism. In Sara Samshaya, the process of becoming a human is the process that monopolized by a man. So, the great stories of human life in Sara Samshaya also take the man as the main actor and the woman become extras whose roles continue to change. The first part of the book Sara Samshaya writes about how a boy knows about the woman from what he was blessed with. Agni Hotarpala Weda, Data Buktapalam Danam, Rati Putrapala, Nari Silawarta, Palam Srutam. The meaning: the use of the holy book is to be studied, the use of the wealth is to be enjoyed and shared, the use of the holy literature is to be known and shared in moral principle and judicial procedure. The purpose of woman is to be a wife and to continue the descent. Sloka 177, Sara Samshaya. Ladies and gentlemen, my dearest friend, and the participants of Dharma Discourse, being a wife is a choice that also means being obedient and resigned. What happens if she doesn't become a good wife? Woman will be cursed, turning into a bully in the process of being a human being played by male actor. That's the only option offered by Sara Samshaya. Women have no right to live in their own life. These people have no right to go through the process of becoming a human without to be a servant or say to be a bully. In fact, it is men who have bullies women's right to be a human. It is men who deserve to say as the bullies. When a little man observed himself as a child whose life on the earth is delivered through the womb of woman, he finds a new picture of woman. Because the mother obligation is far heavier than the weight of the earth, so it should be respected seriously without hesitation. Sloka 240, Sara Samshaya. Time keeps rolling. Sara Samshaya tells the story that it must begin to face its own biological development. Like a wonder who can resist picking roses. When a rose starts to grow, of course, the very beautiful color and shape it displayed. But when a wonder stops to pluck and it's reached by a thorn, is it wrong for the rose to be thorny? It is ridiculous to blame a woman for the sadness created by a man. A man has transferred the image of woman from an loving image, loving mother, into a bad monster. Conclusions about bad behavior are generalized to every woman. The stories about how sinful women flow as an important part in this episode display. Even Sara Samshaya drew his own text about the virtues of woman as a mother because it had been covered by the reality, by the fear of the male play for his own thoughts. Do not be careful. Do not joke. Talk along with your mother, your sister, your daughter, because it quickly infiltrated the influence of the senses or lust, even though the priest is attracted by him. Sloka 442, Sara Samshaya. In Sara Samshaya, the role of woman never came to a conclusion. They oscillate in ambiguity until the end of the story. But the woman didn't just stay quietly placed, like a chess piece that can be moved at any time without being able to fight. Women should be subject who can choose their own role. For Hindu women living today, the context of Sara Samushaya has changed. It is time for the authorities to be no longer monopolized by a man. It is time for women to take her own roles and to build a new story. Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable jury, my dearest friend, and the participants of Dharma Discourse. Finally, at the end of my Dharma Discourse, I want to invite all Hindu women to struggle our position, not only as a wife, as a mother who can and educate children, but also to struggle and lift our position into the same rank with the men. Moreover, in this global and millennial era, Hindu women must continuously progressing their life and dignity without neglecting their man duty to be a mother for their children based on their basic instinct to care and educate. That's all from me. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Anubhadrah Kratawoyantu Wiswata. Yayang Widi, mine obstacle hinders our life, and my good soul come from all direction. They are the happy jury, our beloved participant Dharma discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Umat Dharma. First of all, we should be grateful for Sangyang Widi, where I was given the opportunity to appear in this good event, to hone myself, increase my knowledge at the Vedic sacred teaching, and increase our Shraddha on Idu Sangyang Widiwasa. Besides that, I want to be best in this competition. The board of jury and participant of the Dharma discourse. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Putri. People used to call me Putri Chening Ayu. I am a Papuan with Balinese blood. My mother gave the name Putri as Tungkara candidate for Miss Indonesia. The board of jury and participant of the Dharma discourse. On this happy occasion, I will bring Dharmawacana with the theme, the meaning and benefits of the Punya funds or Dana Punya in Hindu religion. What is the Dana Punya? Dana Punya term in Hinduism has two words consisting, Dana which means giving, Punya which means safe, good, happy, beautiful, and holy. Dana Punya can be interpreted as a good holy gift with the practiced Dharma teachings. Punya funds are meant to increase our Shraddha and devotion to Idu Sangyang Widiwasa. In addition, by giving Dana Punya, we'll build attitude caring toward other. Punya fund teachings are related to Tattvam Asi, which means I am you are me, here we are the same. Look, see everyone like ourselves who need help, assistance, and protection to realize the happiness of the harmonious life. Ladies and gentlemen, I respect there are several books explain about Dana Punya, one of which is Manawa Dharma Sastra. Om Triswapyete Sudatam Hi Widina Pyarjitam Danam Datur Bhavatyam Artaya Paratra Datur Ewacha. It is mean, even though the treasure is according to the law Dharma, but if it's not donated, it will given, put to practice to the worthy, it will sink into the character of hell. Manawa Dharma Sastra 4, 193. The board of jury and participant of the Dharma discourse. What are the types of fund? Dana Punya is not limited to just material, but also can be non-material. According to Swami Vivekananda, there are three types of Punya funds, namely 1. Dharma Dana, giving noble character to realize the teaching of Dharma. 2. Vidya Dana, giving knowledge. 3. Atra Dana, provided material and property needed as long as based on with the practice Dharma teaching and by means of Dharma. In Sarasamuccaya, Sloka 261, 262, 263, likewise in the Ramayana Sarga, Stantas 2, 53, 34, it is stated, the wealth of use, the result of wealth, should be divided into the three namely benefits of Dharma, 30%, for the sake of yajna, to be donated to others who really need help, Kama, 30% for us, to fulfilling daily food needs, sending a children's school, building a house, buy vehicle, and so on. Asset fund, future capital, 40%, for building the business survival. Building the business survival in question must be based on Dharma. With that, even 100% of my punya. Today, anyone have not implemented the Dana Punya or Punya Fund, what will the world say? The board of jury and participant of the Dharma discourse. We believe that the treasure in the world are Sangyang Widi deposit for us. If we are not wise using like in the Holy Scripture, then we must believe the treasures one day can be withdrawn or taken back. For example, there is someone who do a Dana Punya or Punya Fund. He's busy collecting his money in the bank until reach billion. Finally, the person fell with kidney, so he do a dialysis for his life plus cancer. In the end, his saving, his money was used up only for her treatment, which eventually died as well. It is unfortunate because this life is opportunity to be used for others. That doesn't bring wealth, but only bring karma wasana. What will we benefits of punya? In Vedic Shruti, Atharva Veda, Sloka 15, Adhyaya 6 explained, donate it to a good cause and make your wealth useful. Wealth donated for a noble cause is never lost. The God Almighty gives us far more fortune to those who desire their commonwealth for the common good. The point is, Widu Punya must be based on sincerity and purity of heart. Donating punya should not be self-serving. If it is, it's not called dana punya. Donating punya should not be forced. If it is, it's not called punya. Donating punya should not be ashamed. If so, it's not called punya. Donating punya should be based on sincerity and purity of heart. Otherwise, it will eliminate the punya fund reward itself. For example, when donating punya in the context at the Jayapura temple, the committee over the list, many people donating in the large number, because we see that other people donating in the large number, finally, we who don't have that big money or do not want to bring money are finally forced and ashamed. So on this case, we donating punya because forced and ashamed, not because sincerity, purity, and chastity hurt. It can be concluded that by giving dana punya sanskrit, it will provide tremendous benefit to ourselves and increase our shraddha on Ide Sanghyang Widiwasa. By giving dana punya sanskrit, it will pet our latter to reunite with him. Before I close this Dharmawacana, please allow me to remind you, during this pandemic, where now people are infected with this virus have done the cause of symptoms, we have to be most careful. So, let's do prevention from now on. Prevention can do by washing hands before and after activity, wearing masks, keep a distance, and also we have to keep our immune system, because this virus cannot beat us if we are in the good immune system. This is my Dharmawacana as our offering to audience and as our offering to Ide Sanghyang Widiwasa. May it be useful. Om Sarva Sukhina Bhavantu, Om Astu Tat Astu Swaha, Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu, Om Anubhadra Kartawa Yantu Viswata. May all good thoughts come from everywhere. Good evening and best wishes for all of us. First of all, let us pray to Ida Sayang Widiwasa, who has given us the health, well-being, peace, and the opportunity to gather in this happy place. My noble respect to all panel of juries and brothers and sisters as well as the participants whom I love. On this Dhamma discourses, the theme I deliver today is Dana Punya. And from the theme I take the title is Dana Punya with Sincerity. Brothers and sisters, what is the purpose of our advent in this world? The true purpose of our life in this world is attaining moksha. Well, how do we attain moksha? There are many ways to achieve moksha, and one of them is through dana punya. So, what does dana punya means? Dana punya in Hinduism is an act of giving sincerely and must be practiced throughout someone's life. Dana punya in the origin of the word dana punya comes from the word of dana, which means donation, charity, and punya, which means save, good, and holy. So, dana punya is an act of giving sincerely as a form of dharma teachings. Dana punya means to improve sraddha and bhakti to ida sayang widiwasa, where the teachings of dana punya are also related with the teachings of tattva-masi, which means I am you and you are me. And the other means I and you are one. Here, we are all same as, see everyone like ourselves who need help, assistance, and protection to realize the happiness of a harmonious life. Because humans are social beings who need the help of others. As stated in Veda scriptures, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family. Brothers and sisters, an act of understanding and living based on the teachings of tattva-masi, we should help each other. When we become rich people, help the poor. When we are strong, help the weak. And when we are knowledgeable, share that knowledge according to the teachings of Dharma. According to Swami Vivekananda, there are three kinds of dana punya. Namely, 1. Dharma dana. Dharma dana means that's giving noble character to realize the teachings of Dharma. For example, such as Pinandita, who deliver Dharma discourses or advice that can change humans' life for the better future. 2 is Vidyadana. Vidyadana means that's giving knowledge. For example, like the teacher who give knowledge to the students. And 3 is Artadana. Artadana means that's giving material in the form of property based on the teachings of Dharma and obtained with the dharmic way. For example, like people who can give a little money to those who can't. Brothers and sisters, before I continue, I will ask you a question. Have you given dana punya today? Dana punya could be done anywhere simply and earnestly, right? Then how to give or over dana punya properly? If we relate it into 3 gunas in here in humans, dana punya has 3 qualities. They are sattvika, rajasika, tamasika. Let's elaborate them. First is sattvika. Sattvika is the first quality of dana punya, which is based on a genuine sense of sincerity, according to ability, not to show off, and the wealth is obtained through dharmic way. For example, like people who can afford to donate a little money to those who can't. And second is rajasika. Rajasika is the second quality of dana punya. Dana punya that has rajasika natures, namely giving dana punya to gain profits in the future or expecting the results just to show off. There is a feeling of annoying when we giving the wealth. For example, like we donate our wealth to the biggest temple so the other people are amazed. And the third is tamasika. Tamasika is the third quality that doesn't has a literally basis or without understanding the dharmic way. The wealth is obtained by the action of adharma without belief or with contempt. For example, like we donate charity to the beggars by throwing them on the ground. Brothers and sisters, from these three qualities, we can conclude that Sattvika Dana Punya is the most sincere quality among the others. As mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 17, sloka 20, Dattavyam iti yatanam diyate nopakarine dese kala cha patra cha taddanam satvikam smartam. The meaning is charity given without expecting anything in return, with the belief there is an obligation to give at the right time, place, and recipient is called Sattvika. Brothers and sisters, from the sloka above, it can be concluded that Sattvika Dana Punya is based on a genuine sense of sincerity for those who deserve it, according to ability, not to show off, and the wealth is obtained through dharmic way. Brothers and sisters, to get better understanding of Sattvika Dana Punya, I will tell you a story about a beggar who has nothing but can donate Dana Punya. There is a story from the Buddhist country, Thailand. In Thailand, monks usually leave the monastery every morning to give people the opportunity to do good things by offering charity or alms. This activity is called Pindapatta. The monks walk slowly, carrying bowls through public places, villages, and markets. Once it happened that a monk was walking on the bridge and he saw a beggar sitting there. The beggar was sitting there every day for begging, but he never begged the monk. One day, the beggar wanted to offer food as his charity to the monk. The monk was shocked and tried to avoid the beggar. The monk thought that he has a difficult life because there was no need to offer charity to him. As it turned out, the beggar had indeed determined it that the money he had received that morning would be offered to the monk. Hearing the beggar words, the monk became compassionate and accepting charity from the beggar words. You know what beggar say? The beggar said that he has a poor beggar was not given the opportunity to do good things. Brothers and sisters, from the story above, it can be concluded that if someone can't afford, can struggle to donate Dana Punya, why couldn't we be like them? Brothers and sisters, the conclusion of this Dharma discourse is Dana Punya can be done anywhere, anytime, and in any way, as long as we are sincere and have intention to distribute Dana Punya. So, let's try to do at least one charity every day and make it habit. Don't donate money just to show off. Brothers and sisters, that is all that I can share of my discourse. I apologize if there are unpleased words. I hope what I share can be useful for all of us. I readily cook rice. Rice grows in the rice fields. I close with the Paramasanti. Om Shanti 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 Om.
the judges of Utsawa Dharmawacana in national level, and Bhakta Swadharma, which is fully blessed by God. Om Swastiastu, Om Awiganam Astu Namasidam, Om Anobadrah Karatawayantu Wiswata. Bhakta Swadharma, with full of happiness. Thanks a lot for the time that given to me for the giving Dharma Wacana today, with the theme is Trihita Karana. I'm sure that everyone who's standing here today must be ever heard about this philosophy. But not everyone has a clear understanding about it. What is the meaning of Trihita Karana? And what is the purpose of Trihita Karana? Today, I'm standing here for no all of you is to answer all that question by elaborating to the words, one by one. And I hope all of you will have a clear and new understanding about Trihita Karana. Trihita Karana is one of great philosophies of Hinduism. If we analyzing through etymology, it came from Sanskrit words. Tri means tree, Hita means prosperity or happiness, and Karana means the cause. By thus analyzing, we can translate Trihita Karana is three things that can cause prosperity or happiness. The happiness included physically, which is called Jagadita, and spiritually, which is called Moksha. Three things that are Parahyangan, Pawongan, and Palemahan. The first, Parahyangan. Parahyangan is a harmonious connection between human and Sang Yang Widi and all of his manifestations. A harmonious connection between human and Sang Yang Widi cannot be disconnected because human is one of God's creation. Which is inside every human being, there is an Atman or super soul which came from Paramatman or Brahman. It is written in Bhagavad Gita, Tanatyaya 20 sloka that says, Aham Atma Gudat Kesam, Sarwa Butasya Titah, Aham Atma Cha Madhyam Cha, Bhutanam Anta Evacha. The meaning is, I am the super soul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. As a human's life who lives in the world cannot be lived by material happiness only, but we need both material and spiritual to get a perfect life. It is written in the Veda holy book of Hinduism, Mokshatam Jagadita Yacha Iti Dharma. The meaning is uneternal happiness in material and spiritual life. In this condition, Sang Yang Widi is the source of the spiritual happiness. Everyone who gives bhakti and shraddha to him will be blessed by his love. Like Bhagavad Gita, Tenatyaya 10 sloka that says, Tesam satatam yuktanam, bajatam priti purwakam, dadami budim yogamtam, yena mam upayantiti. The meaning is, to those who are constantly devoted to serving me with full of love, I will give the understanding by which they can come to. Dear beloved Bhakta, the relation between human and Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa is that to gain the goal of being a human, it is amor ing achintya, which means merging with the Creator. In this condition, that always make us longing to have a relation with God. In order to make a perfect harmonious with Sang Yang Widi, we must maintain our purity of heart physically and spiritually. The second, Pawongan. Pawongan is the relation between human and human. Basically, human is a social creator. That is the reason why humans must live together to gain a perfect life. In their function as social creator, they need a perfect harmonious among them to share and to respect each other. In family life, it must begin with a harmonious relation between husband and wife, between parents and children, and between brother and sister. This harmonious relationship in the family must be improved into a harmonious relation between neighbor and other neighbors until it has become a harmonious relationship among society. If the harmonious relationship among society is exercised, there will be peace, safe, and happiness for all of us in order to make it happen. At last, palemahan. Palemahan is the whole nature or environment, include air and all living things, who live and grow in it. We are the part of nature. We cannot live without support from nature. It is written in Kekawiniti Sastra 1 Sargah 10 pada that says, Singa rakasaning halas, halas ikang raksang hari nityaca. Singa muangwana tan patut, pada wirodangdoh tikang kecari. Rubraste sang wana denikang jana, tino rureksanya sirna padang. Sing yang hot ri jurang nikang tegal, ayun sampun dinon durbal. The meaning is, lion is the guardian of the forest, but lion is also guarded by the forest. If forest and lion have fight, they get angry and then lion leaving the forest. The trees will be chopped until the forest become damaged. Lion run and hide in the ravine, will be invited and will be killed by the people. Another example. Today, we are often seeing and watching on TV or even we are directly finding natural disasters, such as flood, landslide, and drought everywhere. Why does are happening? It happens because we cannot take care of the nature with good handling. If you really see the concept Trihita Karana, the current condition COVID-19, we can apply the concept Parahyangan to keep a harmonious relation between human and God. This is the concept of Pawongan is the relation between human and human. Will evolve to the harmonious life and respect each other during the COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has touched humans, that's nature and its context, will turn to attack humans if humans are unable to care that's nature and its context. On the other hand, that's nature and its context, if we benefit if humans are to care that's nature and its context. This is the application of the palemahan. Dear beloved Bhakta, Trihita Karana is three things that can cause prosperity or happiness. This philosophy has a very deep meaning for human's life. These three perfect harmonies will bring us a perfect life. That's safety, peacefully and fully contentment materially and spiritually. This is the goal of human's being. This is the goal of Hinduism. Let's practice to balance three elements of Trihita Karana. The answer is why to start with implementing Tattvamasi by saying God and every creators and you are ready for a better life. At last, this is my Dharmawacana. I hope it will bring benefits for all of us. And finally, I close with Paramasanti. Om Santi 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 Om.
Awignamastu Namosidam. Om Sidirastu Tatastu Swaha. Om Swastiastu. The honorable jury yet happy audience, I say thank and feel happy in front of Ida Sayang Widiwasa because of his contribution and Waranugraha, we can gather here in a healthy condition and not lacking anything. First of all, let me stand here to deliver a little Dharmawacana with the title Hindu Ideal Leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, in Hinduism we know the term leadership and leadership. Do you know what is the difference between a leader and a leadership? Yes, they are different. But from the writing and meaning. Leader is a person who leads an association or an organization. Meanwhile, leadership is the ability a person to influence others to be invited.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namosidam. Om Sidrastu Tat Astu Swaha. Om Saraswati. May we all be protected and blessed with knowledge. The honorable judges, the honorable audience, and fellow contestants, first of all, let us offer praise and gratitude to Ida Sangyang Widiwasa, because with his Almighty's blessing, we can all gather here and participate in Utsawa Dharma Gita 2021. My name is Aya, and I am the representative of West Nusa Tenggara. Today, I will be presenting a Dharma Wacana under the title, Improving the Role of Hindu Women in a Modern Era. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're asked to think about one word that defines women, what is the first thing that crosses your mind? Well, some of you may answer mother, right? Some would probably answer weak, or some may answer specific colors like pink, for example. Well, not all of those answers are wrong. The problem is that only those words specifically have been used to define women, starting from hundreds of years ago, even until now. Those words create impression that women are somewhat only feminine, are weak, and are only destined to become mothers. Women are viewed less in almost every aspect, and their position is always after men. For example, in politics, when a female leader succeeds, their success is viewed as mere luck, not because they're actually skilled enough. Or for example, in education, where in rural areas of Bali and Lombok, families still prioritize to send their sons to school rather than their daughters, because they believed that their daughters would not need the skill and knowledge obtained from school. This condition eventually allowed one side to feel more superior than the other, eventually creating a patriarchal society where we women have to work extra hard just to gain recognition. Well, throughout the years, women have been fighting for their rights, speaking up, while also showing their amazing capabilities through various movements, organizations, and campaigns. We have the United Nations Women, we have the Women's March, and we also have WHDI that focuses on empowering Hindu women in Indonesia. The result is people are starting to realize the huge gap between genders and are starting to acknowledge the potential of a woman. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now what does our religion Hindu say about these issues? The truth is, in Hindu, the role of a woman is very important, not just in our religion, but also in our lives. In Hindu, we know the concept of Purusa and Pradana, and the concept of Ardhanareswari, soulmates, where men and women play an equal role to create life. Based on Manawa Dharma Sastra Adhyaya 1 verse 32, Dwida Kritwat Manodeham, Ardena Puruso Bawat, Ardena Narita Syamsa, Wiraya Masmirjat Prabhu. By dividing itself into partly men and partly women, it created the universe. Based on this saying, we can conclude that without the aspects of man or masculinity and the aspects of women or femininity, the universe couldn't be created. Therefore, men and women are equal and are a part of each other. The position of a woman in Hinduism is very important, seen from many sayings in the Holy Veda that give glory to women as the most respected figure. Other holy scriptures also state the same too. Manawa Dharma Sastra Adhyaya 3 verse 58 states that where women are respected, that's where the gods are happy and bestow their grace. But where women are disrespected, there is no sacred ceremony that will bring a noble reward. We can also see the significance of women in our religion through the many goddesses that we worship. Dewi Durga, Dewi Uma, and Dewi Saraswati are just several examples of them. We can also see the roles of Hindu women through various aspects in the epos Mahabharata, where Sri Kandi was one of the examples of the power women have, seen from how she was able to defeat Bhisma, one of the greatest heroes at that time. So from here, we can conclude that Hindu women play a crucial role in our religion, therefore, they should be respected. Now, what about in modern times, such as the Kali Yuga? Women have also shown their roles during the Kali Yuga time. We have Chutnyak Din and Marta Kristina Tiahahu as examples of the power women have. We also have Margaret Thatcher, Jacinda Ardern, Megawati, or even Hindu women specifically, such as our current Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Mrs. Igusti Ayu Bintang Dharmawati, as examples of women who are able to succeed in politics and leadership. Or just by the fact that 70% of workers during the COVID-19 period, especially in the health sector, consist of women. These amazing women are all examples of when we are actually given the chance, we can do amazing things. SDG 2030 also has gender equality listed as goal number 5, showing its significance towards this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, those amazing women were all examples of our participation during the Kali Yuga time, where in Hindu, Kali Yuga is also known as the Dark Age. According to the Vishnu Purana scripture, in times of Kali Yuga, many unwanted changes will occur. The left hand becomes the right hand hand becomes the left hand. The less educated will teach the truth. The old will be less sensitive to the young, and the young will dare to fight the old. Kali Yuga is also known as the modern era or Industry 4.0. With this change going around, Hindu women with innovative mindsets should step in and participate in reducing the negative impacts of human behavior during the Kali Yuga time. To do this action, it is very important for a woman to receive proper education and also knowledge. Even our holy scriptures, such as Rigveda Mandala 8, Sukta 33, verse 19, states that women are essentially teachers. Therefore, in order to participate more in our roles during this modern era, it is very important to achieve equality and equal ease to access, whether it's for technology or education. A woman who is full of knowledge will be able to open more job opportunities. A woman who is full of knowledge will be able to improve themselves and also prove to others that they are just as good. Or even as a mother, a woman who is full of knowledge will later on be able to guide her children into becoming good children, or in Hindu is known as anak suputra. Another verse that speaks about gender equality is Manawa Dharma Sastra, Adhyaya 9, verse 34, which states that when men and women can play an equal role at the same time, they can create something even much better. So from this saying, we can conclude that we should never disrespect the women around us or think that women are less than men. Because in this modern era, our roles and participation are just as much as men, or possibly even more in certain aspects. When a woman is actually given a chance to bloom, there are endless potentials on what we can be. So, ladies and gentlemen, based on our religious teachings as a foundation and guide, Hindu women should step up and participate in reducing the negative impacts and participate more in our roles during this Kali Yuga time. As a parent, what you can do is send not only your sons to school, but also support your daughters. As a young Hindu woman, we should fire the spirit of learning and never be tired to receive knowledge, education, as well as technology, and continue to be conscious of our rights and roles in this modern era. Well, sadly, that's all I can present for you today. I hope you enjoyed my Dharmawacana, and this Dharmawacana can inspire other Hindu women living in the modern era. Thank you very much. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awigenam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Anubadrah Kratawiyantu Wiswata. Hopefully, all noble thoughts come from all directions. Dear honorable judges and distinguished audiences, in this challenging condition due to COVID-19, we hope that everybody is happy and healthy. May God bless us and keep us in His tender and loving care. I am Putu Ambalita Pitaloka Arsana, and I would like to speak about leadership in Hindu. I always wanted to know what makes us a leader, and that led me on a quest that plunged me into dark tunnels, trudging across mud and fighting against the unknown, until finally I found the brightest light at the end of the tunnel. Now, I was just being dramatic, but really, what makes someone a leader? The answer is followers. Without followers, someone can never say that they are a leader. Someone might have good characters, such as brave, responsible, full of initiative, but if there is nobody following them, then they are not a leader. Leaders should have followers who listen to them and do real work to achieve a goal. Honorable judges and audiences, when we hear the term leader, what comes into our mind? Some people might think of presidents, ministers, CEOs, headmasters, or chiefs of organizations. They are all leaders. However, a leader isn't always someone with a formal position. Leaders can also be common people that we see every day. A leader can be our father or mother. It can be you. It can be me. In short, a leader can be anyone. The term leader itself comes from the word lead, which means to guide. A leader is someone who is leading others to achieve a specific goal. If you are a president, you must have an imagination about your country's future. Or if you are a parent, the leader in the household, you would also have visions about your family's future. According to the Bhagavad Gita 1843, there are 7 characters that a leader should have. Sauryam tejo detirdakshyam, yude capi apalayanam, danam iswara bawasya, satram karma swabhawajam, which means a leader should have heroism, vigor, steadiness, resourcefulness, courage, generosity, and leadership to become an ideal leader. Another Hindu leadership concept is Astabrata. Astabrata is a teaching of leadership given by Sri Rama to Vibhisana before the latter became king of Alankapura. This is confirmed in Ramayana scripture 29:52. Astabrata is 8 mental foundations for a leader. First is Indrabrata. Leaders should follow the characters of Lord Indra, Lord of the rain. Rain comes from the sea and will be back to the sea. Leaders come from society, and they will be back to serve the society. Next is Yamabrata. Leaders should maintain justice without discrimination. For example, if someone is wrong, then a leader should say that that person is wrong, no matter the social status. Third is Suryabrata. Leaders should play the role as the sun to enlighten the society. Leaders should bring solutions to problems, not create more problems. Fourth is Chandrabrata. Leaders should be gentle, like the moon that shines in the night. Leaders should bring peaceful situations to the people they lead. Next is Bayu Brata. Leaders should understand the needs, situations, and feelings of the people, just like Bayu, or the air, who brings freshness to the people. 6 is Baruna Brata. Leaders should resolve social problems such as discrimination, poverty, civil unrest, etc. Just like Baruna, who cleans dirt in the sea. 7th is Agni Brata. A leader should defeat criminals and other bad people. To these bad people, a leader should be assertive, just like Sangyang Agni. And lastly is Kwera or Pertiwi Brata. Leaders should think always about the welfare of the people, just like the earth or Pertiwi, who gives welfare to the society. Leaders should also be good in management, just like Sangyang Kwera. Apart from those characters, a leader should also keep their words. They should deliver their promises. Most of the times, politicians who want to become a leader will promise good things during their campaign for election. However, they tend to forget these promises after winning the election. This is not a good example of a leader because they do not walk the talk. Leaders shouldn't promise too much because what matters is the realization of those promises. Leaders should set good examples by taking action, not by talking only. It isn't important how wonderful our words are. What is very important is how we transform those words into actions. Remember, actions speak louder than words. This principle is stated in Bhagavad Gita 3:21, which reads, Yat yat acarati srestas, tatat ewetaro jana, sayat pramanam kurute, lokastat anuvartate, which means, whatsoever a great man does, the same will be done by others as well. Whatever standard he sets, the world will follow. Or in another word, yata raja, tatap raja. To be a leader as a Hindu, we have wonderful guidance to follow. We should remember and possess the 7 characters as taught by Bhagavad Gita, 8 teachings by Ramayana scripture or Astabrata, and we also have to set a good example through our thoughts, actions, and words. Those are the essence of Hindu leadership concept for us, young generations, as leaders in the future. And also for those who become leaders after us. Because the most important job of a leader is to create future leaders. Honorable judges and audiences, as I stated in the beginning, it is followers that makes us a leader. A good leader will have followers who are willing to act for something good. So, a leader should set good examples because they are responsible not only to themselves, but also to their followers and the society. Their actions will become examples and will be followed by others. I thank you for your kind attention, and I'll be glad should you get anything important from my speech. I will be grateful if you share this information with the people around you. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Swastiastu, Om Awiganam Astu Namo Sidam. Ladies and gentlemen, and the honorable judges. First of all, I would like to thank to Ide Sang Yang Widiwasa for his blessing to us. Now we can attend this event with the healthy condition. Today I'm going to deliver a Dharmawacana. The title is Astabrata in Hindu Leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, before we discuss about Astabrata, we must know the difference between a leader and leadership. A leader is someone or person who can direct the people to achieve organizational goals, while leadership is the ability or action to achieve organizational goals or growth. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership in Astabrata is general. And why I choose Astabrata? In this situation like this, I think we need to look deeper to that concept of Astabrata teaching. But for what? To find a leader who can answer the challenges to complexity of today's problem. The means of Astabrata is the ethical and moral teaching that concern various aspects of life, especially regarding the principle of leadership must be possessed by a leader. That we know together, Astabrata have 8 guidelines or guidelines that leader must have. Like in Kakawin Ramayana, Sloka 21 to 10, it says that Sang Hyang Indra, Yamam, Surya, Chandra, Nilakwera, Barun Agni, Nahan Walu, Sirata Maka Angga Bupati, Siraninesti, Astabrata. That's mean Sang Hyang Indra, Yamam, Surya, Chandra, Bayu, Kwera and Agni, or all 8. All of him become the personal leader or king. And that's why he worshipped Astabrata. Ladies and gentlemen, and the honorable judges, I want to introduce more deeply the 8 guidelines of Astabrata. First is Indrabrata. In Indrabrata, leaders should follow the nature of Indra god as a god of the rain, especially who can provide prosperity for the people. Such as, sometimes I feel like I need help with a difficult subject in my college. So I ask head of the class because he's always caring to his friend, always help his friend in many troubles. And of course, his reflects the character of Indrabrata. Next is Yamabrata. In Yamabrata, leaders must be honest in many ways, in many things, in many problems, can open their eyes about the law and can giving a fair punishment to the guilty. Example, like in my home, there is rule not to sleep too late for the children. So, if someone violates their rules, my parents give a sanction to anyone violate their rules fairly. But that we know together the role of parents in this leadership is really important for their children. Next, in Astabrata, there is Barunabrata. In Barunabrata, leader must have extensive knowledge. And why leader must have extensive knowledge? For what? To stop and to give a solution to all foundations of development in society. Such as, like students who are caught taking drugs or alcohol in the school. So, the role of school or the teacher give a solution or punishment to the student. Next is Kwerabrata. In Kwerabrata, we need leaders who can be is able to set a good example, such as like dressing neatly. Like me, I'm dressing neatly in this event. I'm dressing neatly to influence other people in this event to dressing neatly like me. Not about dressing neatly. In the Quera Brata, leader can be careful in making decisions. Next is Surya Brata. In Surya Brata, leader must equitable fair information to the all people they lead. Like the sun, very careful in absorbs water and all corners in the world and illuminates low and high. Not about equitable fair information, but leader must be careful in making decision, making words and action. Next is Chandrabrata. In Chandrabrata, leader must be show a calm and radiant face so that the people they lead confident about their leader's soul. Like when I see Mr. Joko Widodo, I feel very happy and grateful because he's always easy smiling to the other people, to calm and have a calm face like that. And the character in Chandrabrata is like the moon, gives a light at the night. Next is Bayu Barata. In Bayu Barata, leader must know and investigate the actual situation, especially people who live difficult. We can able to among them and what they are feeling. Like a character of Bayu Barata, like the wind, gives a cool atmosphere to the people. And the last one is Agni Barata. In Agni Barata, we need leaders, a character who can motivate the people, and spirit like a fire can kill all enemies in this world. Such as like Mahatma Gandhi that we know together. Mahatma Gandhi is the figure of Hindus. He has always give a direction to the people, motivation to the people to be positively, and give enthusiasm to the people. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 8 of guidelines of Astabrata. The conclusion of Dharmawacana in Astabrata is being a leader is not easy. Being a leader is very difficult. There is a lot to do. You have to look like a perfect leader. You have to be able to set a good example to the people like that. But don't worry, everyone have a capacity to be a leader. Especially in this pandemic like this, leadership is very important to move and motivate the people to the midst of change. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all for today. I hope this Dharmawacana can be received and applied in the real life. Thank you for attention. I close this Dharmawacana with Paramasanti. Om Santi, 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 Om. Thank you.
Om Swastiastu, Om Awiganamastu Namo Sidam, Om Sidirastu Tat Astu Namaswaha. The Honorable, all of the judges, and all of the participants, good afternoon. The first, I want to say thanks to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa. Because of him, I can stand here with the blessings and be a part of Utsawa Dharmagita 2021 on national level. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nilu Ajeng Jyota Putri Widana, and I'm from South Sumatra. Today, I would like to deliver my Dharmawacana with the title Kartinis Millennial. Ladies and gentlemen, the existence of these men and women outwardly has the same dignity before God. So, the terms of deities, son, daughter, Lingayoni that appear in Hinduism describe the existence of dualism that actually exists is an complementary and necessary because God creates another one in pairs. Let me say some state. Don't let anyone say about things that you can or cannot do. Just do what you want to do and just be the one that you want to be. And there are some special about women who dominates a man's world. They are powerful, elegance, intelligence, and bravery. Of course, the meaning of a woman's presence is beautiful if it complements each other like the words above. Moreover, International Women's Day 2021 was lively with a campaign name, Choose to Challenge. The theme was taken as a form that women dare to take choices and challenges. The message of this campaign is against inequality, bias, stereotypes against women. The campaign is expected to be a positive invitation for all parties, not only women, but also men, to participate in creating awards that are friendly to women. However, the women's rights in the gender and dignity are still underhanded. For instance, based on the story that I read, Malala Yousafzai, the girl from Pakistan, became the youngest person to have received the highest humanitarian award, the Nobel Award, at 17 years old. Malala contributes to the humanitarian and educational sector. From her country, Pakistan, initially didn't allow women to get a proper education. So, she made a movement to defend women's rights from education. She created a blog, The Rights of Middle Eastern Women. Malala's efforts were not smooth. She was chased by Taliban group, physically abused that make her head and neck are injured. But she didn't give up. She continued to carry out her humanitarian, and until finally she became the woman who was thought to be her country's hero and achieved the highest field in humanity. Malala Yousafzai stated, "Let us make our future now, and let us make our dreams become reality." The equality of these men and women also found in the story Lontar Medang Kamulan. In the story, there is mythology that Lord Brahma created female and male. And in the beginning, Lord Brahma with Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva created human from earth, air, water, fire, and akasa. Lord Bayu gave birth and energy. Lord Iswara gave voice and language skills. Furthermore, Achintya gave an idea so that human could think. So, from the conception of human creation, it is clear that men and women are basically same in dignity and gender. The difference between them is as complementary. In other words, men without women will not be complete. Likewise, men are spine for women, and women are ribs for men. Is that true? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, did you ever watch Mahabharata movies? Yes, of course, we all ever watch Mahabharata movies, right? In the Mahabharata, Bhisma states that where women are expected, there is a dawn of happiness. Because of that, Rawana who insulted Sita, Duryodhana who insulted Draupadi became despised kings. Yajurveda, part 14:21. Murda asi, Radruwa asi, Darunadrartri asi darani, Ayuswe twawarca setwa, Kriyayitwa semayatwa. It means, dear woman, you are a brilliant, determined, support who fits and keeps the rules. We all have you in the family for longevity, prosperity, brilliance, and agricultural fertility. In addition, Isa Upanishad Sloka 6. Yastu Sarwani, Bhutani Atmani, Evanu Wasyati. Sarwa Bhutesu, Chatmanam, Tatona, Wijukupsati. He who sees all the creatures in himself Atman, and himself Atman, in all beings he no longer sees any difference. With some above the slokas, it can be concluded in Hinduism, men and women are on the same equality. So nothing else can claim that Hindu women are inferior to men. In other words, so there's no longer discrimination and injustice. So that Hindu women can continue to develop their self-confidence in universal values, such as Tattvam Asi and Vasudeva Kutumbakam. It means me, you, and all humans are siblings. Ladies and gentlemen, on March 2021, the world went viral news about Angel of Myanmar, a beautiful demonstrator who shot during the Myanmar military anti-coup demonstration. Angel's heart is very noble because she knows that the demonstration is very dangerous. On her Facebook account, she wrote down her blood type and wanted to donate her organs to people in need. And before she died, she told her friends if she died during the demonstration, her life will be worth it if the justice successfully served to her country. This woman's courage to go directly to truth is extraordinary, isn't it? But we don't have to be an angel of Myanmar to be hero. We can start from small things, like be strong women, dare to make a decisions or tell the truth. So why women must have a knowledge and power insight, so women have basic capital to the truth and courage. And we, Indonesian women, always remember with women's emancipation, national heroine, the woman, the fighters of women's rights. Who is she? Yes, Raden Ajeng Kartini. Without her, we can't rise in the darkness and we become brave women, extraordinary women, and a brilliant woman who can change the world. And all Indonesia Hindu women, are you ready? We go together to become knowledgeable women, brave women, and extraordinary women? Of course, all women in this world would say yes, because women are made special. We are stay strong even we want to give up. We be patient even we tired, and we stay even we want to fall. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all about my Dharmawacana, and I hope the message is understandable. I'm sorry if I have some mistakes. Thank you for your good intention. I close with Paramasanti. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Good morning, honorable judges. First of all, let me thank to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa for the blessing that being given so that we could be here without any occasion or set event. Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Good morning, honorable judges. First of all, let me thank to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa for the blessing that being given so that we could be here without any occasion or set events. So before I start my Dharmawacana, I would like to present that today I will bring a very interesting topic which is currently related to our current situation. The topic is how to surrender ourselves to develop our highest Sraddha and Bhakti. Honorable judges, Sraddha, Bhakti, and surrender are things that are connected each other. Sraddha is a Sanskrit word which means drive, faith, or purpose. Meanwhile, Bhakti, on the other hand, Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Good morning, honorable judges. First of all, let me thank to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa for the blessing that being given so that we could be here without any occasion or set events. So before I start my Dharmawacana, I would like to present that today I will bring a very interesting topic which is currently related to our current situation. The topic is how to surrender ourselves to develop our highest Sraddha and Bhakti. Honorable judges, Sraddha, Bhakti, and surrender are things that are connected each other. Sraddha is a Sanskrit word which means drive, faith, or purpose. Meanwhile, Bhakti, on the other hand, means the immersed love for the Lord. In it, we develop the feeling to meet Him, to see Him, and to be with Him. So, the question is, what about surrender? What are the correlations between Sraddha, Bhakti, and surrender? To deepen our topic about surrender, let me offer you a story of Lord Rama. So the story goes like this. Once upon a time, Lord Rama went to Dandakaranya to Pampasar Lake. He was extremely thirsty, so he decided to drink some water from the lake. Apparently, he didn't notice that he had put his bow, his famous sarang, on the frog. So after he had his fills of water, Rama was shocked to see that his bow had been badly bruised to the frog. So that the Rama asked the frog, "My dear frog, what is this? You have been bruised so badly, but you not even complain. You don't even cry. I have given you such a big throat, at least you can make some sound like oh, oh. But you don't even cry. You did not even complain," said Lord Rama. But then the frog answered, "My Lord, whenever I have been in trouble, I've always cried to you. But today, Rama himself is putting me in trouble. So to whom now shall I cry out? I'm not complaining. I accept this as your will," said the frog. Rama was amazed to see the frog devotion. After that, Rama himself blessed the frog by his own happiness. Honorable judges, did you know that the frog is doing the highest bhakti or the Atmani Vidam? In Bhagavata Purana, chapter 7, verse 52, it mentioned the 9 forms of bhakti or Nawavida bhakti. And the highest bhakti is Atmani Vidam, or surrender ourselves totally to Ida Sangyang Widiwasa. Just like what the frog did, even though Rama himself is putting him in trouble, but he did not complain. He accepted this as Rama's will because he strongly believed that nothing happened without his permission. Honorable judges, let's take a look to our current situation. Right now, we're all stuck in a difficult situation. We're all in this pandemic situation. Just like what the frog said, it feels like God himself is putting us in trouble. But did you know that actually this pandemic teaches us that human is not the greatest? Even though we have human, we as human have planned so much thing in life, but when God wills the otherwise, then something unimaginable and unexpected, just like this pandemic, could probably happen, right? And it also shows us that there is something greater that governs all this universe. And as what Master Sri Akarsana once said, surrender ourselves to something that is greater than who we are. Surrender ourselves to Ida Sangyang Widiwasa. And Krishna also said in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, verse 62, it stated, Tvam eva saranam gaccha sarva bhavena bharata tat prasada param santim stanam prapyasi saswatam. Meaning, just surrender yourself completely in every way unto him, O Arjuna. By his grace, you will receive transcendental peace and eternal abode. Honorable judges, on that sloka, Krishna reminds Arjuna to surrender himself to him. On that moment, Arjuna also stuck in the difficult situation. He felt like he had no option left on Bharata Yuddha war. But did you know that Krishna kept mentioning Arjuna to surrender himself to him? And I am strongly believe that Krishna also wants us to do the same thing in this pandemic situation. Krishna wants us to surrender ourselves to him. But the question is, how to surrender ourselves without even complaining? Well, the answer is in Hari Bhakta Vilas, verse 11,676. It mentioned the 6 conditions of surrender, and we have to fulfill the 6 conditions first so that we can achieve our highest Radha and Bhakti, or our Atmani Vidam. What are the 6 conditions? The 6 conditions are will, karma, faith, gratitude, him, and humble. The first point is will. We have to accept that everything comes to our life as his will. As what Mirabai said, if Krishna wants me to laugh, then I will laugh. But if Krishna wants me to cry, then I will cry. If Krishna wants me to feel these hard times during this pandemic, then I will do it for him. Because I'm strongly believe that nothing happened without of his permission. That's the first point. The second point is karma. We have to tolerate our karma. Because as Bhagavatam once said, whatever joy and sorrow we get in our current life, also the result of our past karmas, of our sanchita karma pala. Our duty right now is just to giving our best effort. The result are still on his hand. Whatever the result that you get after you do our best, accept it. Because Krishna said, no good action with goodwill that is useless. You will get what you give in the right and exact time. Now, the third point of surrender is faith. We have to build that strong faith in God because God is our eternal Father. Imagine if our mom and dad protect us that much, so why do we have doubt on our eternal Father's protection? He must be more caring and responsible than our mom and dad, isn't he? Right? Now, jumping to the fourth point of surrender, which is gratitude. Gratitude means we have to feel gratitude because living in this wonderful world and exploring these beautiful creatures of him, as an human is the noblest thing that could probably happen to an Atman. And we all just realize that everything around us is just His costless grace to His children, honorable judges. Now jumping to the fifth point of surrender, which is Him. What is Him? Him means we are acknowledging that everything around us is belonging to Him. Get rid the sense of belonging like this is mine, that is mine, those are mine. No, we come to this world empty-handed, then we will go back empty-handed. Knowing that we will go back empty-handed, so please use your life properly, because life is too long when we are doing nothing, but life is too short when we are doing Dharma. So live a life that you will remember. Now the sixth or the last point of surrender is humble. Being humble means we are surrendering the pride of having surrendered. Like, do not let this thought thinking, oh, I am surrender, I am so great. No, you can't surrender because God is working on you. God is working on us. Because how will it have been possible for us to have this good intellect in the age of Kali Yuga, honorable judges? Being humble means we are giving credits to all things and good done, things that we have done goods in life because of His working on us. That is humble. Well, as God has stated in the scriptures, if you fulfill these 6 conditions, then I will grace upon you. I vow, and that is my swear upon you. Honorable judges, therefore, even though right now we're facing a very serious pandemic, but our duty right now is just to surrender ourselves to Him, because we are not alone. God is with us. As what Krishna promised in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, verse 66. Moksa yishyami ma suchaha. Do not afraid, do not fear, do not worry. I will protect you. Honorable judges, that's all from my Dharmawacana. Don't worry and don't be afraid. God is with us. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om.
Swastiastu. Om Awigenam Astu Namasidam. Om Anubadrah Kertawiyantu Wiswata. The honorable judges, my beloved Hindu brothers and sisters. Sang Yang Widi says in Bhagavad Gita chapter 18, text 65. Manmana bawa mat bhakto matyaji mam namaskuru mam eva syasi satyam te pratijane priyosime. The meaning: fix thy mind on me, be devoted to me, sacrifice to me, prostrate thyself before me, so shalt thou come to me. I promise thee truly, for thou art dear to me. My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, reading the text, let us raise our humble gratitude to God for the blessing that has been given upon us so that we can gather in this place to take part in Utsawa Dharmawacana at national levels. Our sincere gratitude is also offered to Maharshi and Chatur Guru, who give enlightenment to human beings. They save us from the darkness and bring us to the light. On this lovely occasion, allow me to deliver a religious speech titled, Affection Bring Human to Harmony and Life Balance. My Hindu brothers and sisters, the Veda says, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are brothers. We must be aware that we are all a big family. This awareness will help us to develop universal affection because affection is real and pure nature of human being. Truly speaking, we know that in this beautiful world is grown by thousands of affection. The affection of parents to their children, the affection of wife to her husband, and the affection of a couple of lovers who are in love. The quality of affection in the past is very different with the quality in the modern age. Firmly, human beings think traditionally and put ethics and togetherness as priority. Meanwhile, nowadays, the development of science and technology stimulate people to think practically, efficiently, and joyfully with broad knowledge but sometimes lack of ethics and togetherness. This condition raises maximum intellectual intelligence but not spiritual and emotional intelligence. These lost to intelligence are decreasing, so the peak that we dream is hard to realize. The next question are, what is the definition of affection and how the Hinduism see the concept of affection? Bhagavad Gita chapter 12 text 13 says, Atvesta sarva bhutanam maitra karuna evacha nirmamo nirahamkara samaduka sukha kshami. The meaning is, who has no ill will to any being, who is friendly and compassionate, free from egoism and self-sense, even-minded in pain, in pleasure, in passion. My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, Hindu obviously teaches the followers to grow affection in talk, speech, and action. Hindu never teaches its followers to be hateful and hypocrite. Hindu teaches the principle of satya, truthfulness, santi, peace, prema, affection, and ahimsa, non-violence. Ahimsa teaching always direct the people to introspect themselves, as it had been stated by the world great non-violence fighter Mahatma Gandhi. He said, direct the light into your heart, because it is impossible. The existent mistake of you was not caused by yourself. Actually, if you don't accident the other, what will occur? My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, in Atharva Veda 7:45 says that hatred is like fire, it can burn anything. That is why let's try the fire with water, and let us the water of affection. My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, prema paramo dharma. In English, love is the highest dharma. In my last words, I invite you all, let us grow affection which is fading away. Make the affection become your dharma and can be the breath to our life. Use it to create strong togetherness and brotherhood in this life. By affection, we can make the world ethically better. If togetherness is not created in our effort, for peace in this beautiful world is useless. It because togetherness is the most important thing in our life. My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, may God bless us. Thank you very much for attention. Finally, I end this speak by saying Paramasanti, Om Santi, 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 Om.
sound. He sounded quack, quack, quack. And the other ducks also made a sound, while following the loud voice interest of the leader is a person who leads an association
Swastiastu. Always hope in a good condition. Om Awiganam Astu Namo Sidam. Hope everything goes smoothly and there are no obstacles whatsoever. Let us do a gratitude prayer to our God, Ide Yang Widiwasa. Because thanks to His protection, we can still enjoy life with a healthy body and healthy mind. In this good opportunity, I would like to deliver my presentation about the importance of Dana Punya in the Kali Yuga era. Maybe a lot of you wondering why I choose Dana Punya as my topic, because I still see a lot of people living in this Kali Yuga era who are still do everything without any awareness directed to Ide Yang Widiwasa. And everything that done sincerely and based on Dharma is called yajna. In Bhagavad Gita, one of yajna's action is Dana Punya. And as you can see, the awareness of Hindus about Dana Punya still merely as an obligation to do a certain project only. In the teachings of Hinduism, Kali Yuga or Dark Age is one of the 4 levels of the era, which is the cycle of Yuga. Many unwanted changes will happen, like the left hand becomes right hand and the right hand becomes left hand. And same like my topic, Dana Punya were often applied by Hindus. But now over time, the application of Dana Punya has rarely been applied. And as we know from Veda that the benefits of Dana Punya are to get a lot of pleasure and lead us to the journey of a happy life. So from that, all the unwanted things will not happen in Kali Yuga era. Dana Punya is very difficult to carry out purely, honest, sincere, and holy. Many people still see Dana Punya as merely an effort to raise funds that are used to allocate a cost burden on something that will be done in the community. And considering of several conditions, as Hindus, Dana Punya's teaching becomes very important from Veda's perspective, in order to familiarize ourselves with the correct meaning of Dana Punya and then implement it correctly. Stated in Atharva Veda, Kanda 3, Sutta 24, Mantra 5, which explains Satahasta Samahara Sahasrahasta Samkikira Kartasya Karyasya Jeha Spartin Samavaha, which means work with 100 hands and giving punya with 1,000 hands. If the wealthy utilize their property for their own sake and eat for their own self, then there will be an error of dharma. And the Vedas wisely warn, the powerful man should give to one in straits. Let him consider the road that lies ahead. Riches revolve just like a chariot's wheels, coming to one man now, then to another. So we have to share with the less fortunate. The point is to never stop giving charity. As Hindus, we are obliged to offer punya, even as small of the results obtained every month. Punya must not be ignored. As much as possible, we have to give punya more than what we get. Before I continue, does anybody know what is Dana Punya? Is it true that Dana Punya is an act that is against religion? No, it may not be true. Basically, Dana Punya is one of the teachings that must be lived and practiced. Dana, which means funding or giving, and Punya, which means safety, good, and holy. So, Dana Punya is giving a good and holy with a sincere heart. Dana Punya can also be interpreted as to improve our Shraddha and Bhakti to Ide Yang Widiwasa. Ladies and gentlemen, Dana Punya's teaching also associated with Tattvam Asi, which means I am you, you are me. Human beings are God's creation as the most perfect. We as a human being, we have to be able to assume and looking at another human being as we see ourselves. Human beings was not created alone, but human beings need help and protection to realize a harmonious happiness. As it is written in the Veda that Vasudha Iwa Kutumbakam, which means that we are all one family in this world, and we are all neighbor. Punya is a charitable attitude that involves making offerings to others. According to Manawa Dharma Sastra, the most important thing to undertake in this Kali Yuga era is to put punya into practice. And as a result, we can fulfill the major yajna in this Kali Yuga era by executing punya. But now the economy is sluggish, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. Many people struggle to meet their basic needs. And natural disasters like earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, floods, and landslides have become more common in this Kali Yuga era. It has a significant influence on the neighboring community, resulting in several mortality as well as damage to their homes and the community environment. Also, during this COVID-19 pandemic, the government has called to the entire community to remain disciplined in following health procedures. But although there are still many organizations that are still unaware about the government's call. Dharma investment can be made starting from building community solidarity actions such as distributing masks, distributing disinfectant liquid, opening aid donations, and being a COVID-19 volunteer. The example for implementing Dana Punya during this COVID-19 pandemic is BDDN or Badan Dharma Dana Nasional, which is the official body of Hindus in Indonesia through Parisada Hindu Dharma Indonesia. In order to support the community development program for increasing the quality of Sraddha and Bhakti, it is still necessary to hold sustainable funds through a national movement of ownership funds among Hindus in Indonesia. The other example is LDDP or Lembaga Dharma Dana Parisada, which is an institution that has been established for a long time and is currently running. Gathering members who will donate 10,000 rupiahs every month used to be a source of funding for fostering Hindus, particularly in East Java. Not only BDDN and LDDP, but there are many other institutions as a place for us to realize punya. Before I end my presentation, let me state one thing that came from Salasa Muscayo 170, which explains, Amat Saryam Buddha Prahurdanam Dharamaca Samyamam Avastitena Nityam Hityage Tyasadyate Subam, which explains about the so-called Dana Punya is the advice of the Pandita, a trait that is not envious and obedient to the Dharma. Because if it's done diligently, it will obtain salvation as a reward. So we have to give charity to the poor people, and thus we will get the reward in the future. So let's try to do at least one punya every day and make it as a habit. And don't even donate any punya just to show it off ourselves. Do not feel embarrassed if you haven't been donated so far, because better late than never. Thank you for listening to my presentation. May I expect this presentation be beneficial to all of us and can be applied in our daily life. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om. Om Swastiastu. Om Awignamastu Namasidam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all my beloved Hindu brothers and sisters. First of all, I would like to thank Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa for his blessings and mercy so we can get in here in this nice location. Today, I'm going to deliver a Dharmawacana entitled Trita Karana, the ingredients of happiness and success in the modern era. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays everything goes so fast, from infrastructure development, media information to human activities. The rapid development in this modern era has caused change in the order of human life. Many of us are not ready to face the current era, so we follow the current development without paying attention to surrounding environment. We can see clear evidence of the lack of understanding to establish a harmonious relationship between humans and God, humans as well as humans and the natural environment. From human behavior in various cases that have emerged recently, such as issues of sexual abuse, child molestation, motorcycle theft, and other incidents involving certain groups that are clearly due to lack of understanding to establish a harmonious relationship with God and fellow humans being. If this happens continuously, then human life in this world will be turned. Humans cannot live in peace and serenity due to their own action. Do you agree with that? Therefore, we need to reapply the Trihita Karana concept, which is the solid foundation of our harmonious life. The following verse is the aim of Trihita Karana, which reads, Moksartam Jagadita Yacha Iti Dharma. It means the purpose of human life is do Dharma to achieve prosperity in the world and achieve happiness in the hereafter. Ladies and gentlemen, Trihita Karana come from the word tri, which mean tree, hita, which mean happiness, and karana, which mean cause. This Trihita Karana means three causes of happiness. Trihita Karana are three main things that cause the welfare and prosperity of human life, so that it is used as the basis of life towards physical and mental happiness. The essence of the teachings Trihita Karana are emphasized through human relationship in this life of this world. The relationship include human-God intermingling, human and natural surroundings. Trihita Karana is grouped into three values, including moral towards God Almighty Parahyangan, moral towards human pawangan, and moral towards the environment palemahan. First is Parahyangan. Parahyangan is a human relationship with God. The existence of every creature in this world is inseparable from the existence of Atman, which is a spark from God who equips the gross body for all his creatures. From here, indirectly, all beings have a debt to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa. Do you know what is the debt? The debt is Dewarna. This debt must be paid by carrying out the Dewa Yatnya, such as praying diligently, carrying out Tirtha Yatra or Dharma Yatra, implementing Yoga Samadhi, obeying religious teachings, and staying away from God's prohibitions. The Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, slokas 8, Krishna said, I create many times from my Prakriti all these creatures without their will, but by the power of my Prakriti. And the next slokas in Bhagavad Gita also explain to us how to make a harmonious life. The Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, slokas 14. Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantascha dradavrataha namasyantascha mam bhaktya nitya yukta upasate. With the meaning is, always do just to praise me and do that suffice with nothing on and off. You who adore me endlessly that end with eternal devotions are close to me. Based on these two Bhagavad Gita verses, it can be said that to pay debts or not, it is obligatory for every human being to always prostrate devotion to God as an implementations of the concept Trihita Karana teachings.
The second is pawongan. Pawongan is a human relationship between humans and fellow humans. Humans as individuals being and as social being, so that as social being, human cannot live alone without other human. In carrying out his life, human need help from other human. Therefore, the relationship between fellow humans must always be well and harmonious. Relationship between fellow humans must always be based on sagilik, saguluk, salunglung, sabayantaka, paras, paro, sarpayana, saling asah, asih, asuh, which mean united, respecting opinion each other, reminding each other, cherishing each other, and helping each other. This concept must be applied in relationship between families, between community group, and other, which must also be harmonious. The sense of a harmonious relationship between fellow humans being, it will create a beauty and peace of human life. The third is palemahan. Palemahan is a human relationship with environment. Humans cannot be separate from their natural environment because humans live and live in serene environment. Therefore, humans must always pay attention to conditions and situations the environment they occupy. Paying attention to conditions and situations the environment by the environment is always clean, does not damage public facilities, and plants trees to make the environment beautiful. Thus, humans who occupy the environment feel comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, humans are the one of God's creator who are given advantage because they have three natural basis potential, sabda, bayu, idap. Because only human can practice the teachings of Trihitakarana in their daily life. Just like humans who have advantage in terms of idap, must strive to implement the teachings of Trihitakarana in their daily life. Maintaining harmonizations between humans and the environment is a human responsibility. Humans must be able to distinguish which one can have a good impact on the environment and which one will have a bad on the environment, and must strive to preserve the natural life of the environment. So how to? The answer is by replanting forests, preserving the environment, and raising animals according to procedure. If the environment is maintained properly, it will create a beauty and peace of human life. Changes in all sides of human life have curtained the global era. The pattern of human life that is increasingly instant and pragmatic requires humans to think intelligently, carefully in meeting their needs. On the other hand, the intense global life also sometimes destroys the mindset of humans to live social life, so that sometimes humans are no longer due to being separate from the concept of Trihitakarana. The essence of the teachings Trihitakarana have taught mankind to always try to establish a harmonious relationship with God, humans, and the natural environments. The concept of Trihitakarana are taught by Prajapati. Prajapati come from the words Praja, means humans and environment, and Pati means Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa as a leader. Thus Prajapati means is the leader of human environment. Prajapati guide us to be in harmony so that the welfare and prosperity of human life will be easily achieved, and the goal of Trihitakarana will be realized, namely the creation of a safe, comfortable, and prosperous life between humans and universe. Finally, I hope it will be useful for us. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramayaha, Sarve Bhadrani Pasyantu, Makaschit Dukkha Bhawet. May all sentient beings be at peace, may no one suffer from illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Swastiastu. Om Awigenam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Sidir Astu Tat Astu Namo Swal. Om Anubhadra Krataviantu Wiswata. Honorable jury, dear audiences, let us present Nugraha Ida Sang Yang Widi, we can gather in this place in healthy state of mind. Om Swastiastu. Om Awigenam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Sidir Astu Tat Astu Namo Swal. Om Anubhadra Krataviantu Wiswata. Honorable jury, dear audiences, let us present a feeling of happiness onto Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa because
Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Sidirastu Tat Astu Swaha. Om Anubhadra Kertawiantu Wiswata. Let noble talks come from all directions. Good morning for all the audience, the honorable judges, and Hindu peoples that I love and proud. First of all, let's sing to our God, Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, because of his Asung Kertawarnugraha, we can attain this Utsawa Dharmawacana 14 national level in 2021 without any obstacles in this great occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will convey my Dharmawacana. The title of my Dharmawacana this time is
cultivating leadership spirit according to Hinduism in the Year of Hindu, with the theme Leadership in Hinduism. While today, many people abuse their power just for personal satisfaction and do not practice the qualities of good leadership. Of course, their action also disadvantage people and the gradual destruction of the nation. So, the important leadership teaching in Hinduism to produce generation in Hinduism the quality of good leadership. Right? That's why I choose this theme. Now, before I start, I want to ask you a question. Who want to be a president? Who want to be a corporate leaders? Or something smaller like a soccer captain? Maybe student council president? Alright, all the profession that I mentioned earlier need a thing called leadership. So what is leadership? Leadership is a person attitude or process of influencing and directing others to achieve common goals. Leadership is also a process of leading, managing, regulating, and running an organization, institution, bureaucracy, and so on. As we know, a leader must have something more than the lead. A leader are role models who deserve to be followed by its member. Of course, a leader must be ready to be role model for the people he leads, as stated in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3:21. Yat yat acharate srestos yat yat pramanam kurute lokastat anuartate. It means whatever the great people do, the common people will follow. Whatever standard was set by his exemplary conduct, the whole world follow. So, the ordinary people will always follow the great people since time immemorial. Ladies and gentlemen, a leader must be able to mobilize and invite people to achieve common goals. As Mahatma Gandhi said, I suppose leadership at one time meant much goal, but today it means getting along with people. So, the figures of leaders is not only able to influence, but also respect the opinions of people. Nah, right. In Hindu history, there are many examples can be used role model. Call it Gajah Mada. Gajah Mada has attitude and values of being brave, firm, responsible, and work hard in life. In the current era, many people can be used role model. For example, Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi is effort without violence and love peace to prosper the Indian people. He is also a wise man, right? Besides that, the ideal of Hindu leadership can be found in the stories of Ityasa and the Puranas. As we know, like Dasaratha, Sri Rama, Yudhishthira, and many more others. So, the concept of leadership is that has expanded and become a role model for the present is leadership. The name is Astabrata. Anyone know the concept of Astabrata? Right. Astabrata can be found in Ityasa Ramayana. Astabrata is the concept of leadership that given by Sri Rama to Wibisana as King Alankapura replaced his brother Rahwana. Astabrata is also concept 8 types of leadership and 8 omnipotence of God. The types of leadership in the concept of Astabrata is first, Indrabrata. Indrabrata, like Dewa Indra, are the god of rain when rain comes from evaporating seawater. Therefore, a leader from the people must return to serve and prosper people. Yamabrata. Leadership is like Dewa Yatnya, Dewa Yama, that can uphold justice without indiscriminately. Surya Brata. Leadership can provide enlightenment to its citizen, like the sun that illuminates the world. Chandra Brata. Leadership is like moon, just like have gentle or shooting behavior, like Sang Chandra, who's sane at night. Bayu Brata. Bayu Brata, like wine, when the hike to low pressure, of course, the leader must have mind or the will of the people. Baruna Brata. Leadership is like cope evil with a societal is like Sang Baruna, who cleaned the dirt of the sea. Agni Brata. Leadership can uphold the enemies, uphold up and come burn him down, like Sang Agni. Pertiwi or Kwera Brata. Leadership is like Dewa, is like Kwera in managing prosperity in heaven. Like leadership must able to prosper the people and can save funds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion is that Hindu leaders, we are young generation as a future leaders too, must have learning the concept of leadership in Hinduism or the Astabrata, and can many solve challenges in the future. We are also can provide new air to this nation. Ladies and gentlemen, before closing this Dharmawacana, I like to quote one of my favorite lines from Mahatma Gandhi. Be the change that you want to see in the world. So don't be afraid to defend the truth and uphold the teaching of Dharma. If not now, when then? If not us as the younger generation, who else? All right, calling all young generation. Can we be good and responsible leaders? Of course we can, by applying teaching in Hinduism and practicing values of vigorous Hindu leaders and accompanying Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa every step of the way, we sure can. That's all for my Dharmawacana. I hope we have learned something new from it and will be usable in your life. Thank you. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awiganam Astu Namo Sidam. The honorable judges and Hindu fellows, first of all, I would like to grateful to Ida Sayang Widiwasa for his blessing and mercy, so I could stand here to deliver a religious speech entitled Living in Harmony with Tri Hita Karana Concept. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about happiness, there are a few things appeared in our minds. Having lots of money, being popular, having good family, or maybe good social status. But I think to achieve a happiness, not only we have in our life, but also we feel in our heart and have a good relation with each other. And how to achieve our happiness? Being a child of Hindu is very extraordinary for me because we have simple ways to do to achieve our happiness. Do you know it? Yes, it is Tri Hita Karana. Hinduism believes that there are 3 ways to do to achieve our happiness. My beloved Hindu fellows, it is only 3 ways, so I think it's easy for us to achieve our happiness. There is a philosophy behind the harmony. Tri Hita Karana. Tri means 3, Hita means prosperity, and Karana means the causes. In Sanskrit terminology, Tri Hita Karana is the 3 elements that manifest happiness or 3 factors that create physical and spiritual prosperity. It is a universal strategy to preserve the balance, compatibility, and the harmony of life on Mother Earth. The Tri Hita Karana concept consists of the 3 major wisdoms. They are, first, Parhayangan. Ladies and gentlemen, Parhayangan comes from the word Hyang, which means God or Ida Sayang Widi. In simple meaning, Parhayangan means place to close with God. In this place, we try to close with God. So, in this concept, teach us how to get happiness by close with God. The people of Hindu have so many ways to do to close with God. For example, every day, we chant Tri Sanja 3 times a day. In the evening, we offering rarapan to grateful to Ida Sayang Widiwasa for his blessing. Every galungan, kuningan, purnama, tilam, Gajang Kliwon, and etc., we always offering banten as a symbol of our devotions to Ida Sayang Widi and the way to close with God. And why we should close to Ida Sayang Widiwasa? Yes, Parhayangan concept tries to create the awareness that each individual in this planet has to believe that they are part of God and God is inside of themselves, in the hope that people will be able to counter their minds, emotions towards their spiritual living in this earth. Like in Bhagavad Gita 9.14, it is written, Sata tamkirtaya tomam yantan tascha trasvaratata namasyantas janam patya nitya ukta upsate. Means that always do it just to praise of me and do the devoted task endlessly. You who adore me endlessly and with eternal devotions are close to me. If you close with God, God will bless you and you will feel happy. For example, when I have examination, I wasn't only study hard, but also I pray to God, so God bless me. And I get the best score, and I feel happy about that. Ladies and gentlemen, next is Pawangan. My beloved Hindu fellows, Pawangan or Wong means humans. Pawangan means harmony with humans. This harmony is very necessary because humans always live in a group. We can't manage our problem alone. For example, start when we're born,
we always asking for help to our parents so we can grow. So, it is very important to maintain the harmony between fellows of human beings, one of which is to be tolerant, open-minded, and keep away from the negative thinking. Even though our physically different, our culture is different, but we are still human beings created by God. And God does not cite only one particular group of people. Therefore, let's maintain the harmony between each others. Keep your words and deeds so many people will love you. If many people love you, the more friends you have. If you have more friends, I think many people will help you if you have difficulties in your life. It means of happiness. In Manusmriti 2.138, it is written, Satyam bruyat priyam bruyam, na bruyam satyam, priyam bruyam, esa dharma sanatana. Means that speak appropriately. Do not ever say rude words if the words are right. Do not ever say nicely if it is a lie. It's a mortal ethic rule or sanantana dharma. In other words, we can say, respect first, then you'll get respected. Our word become a protector. So counter your word and respect to each others if you want to live in harmony. Ladies and gentlemen, Pawangan is not only harmony with humans, but also another creatures of God. Humans always do bandan saiban every morning after our parents' cooking. It can create the harmony between humans and another creator of God. Tumpak Uduh is making a good relation with plants. We're grateful for them because we can get energy from them. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least is Palemahan. Palemahan wisdom represents the harmony between the human and the natural sphere. And how should we do that? Humans should follow the rules of Trinity to having a thought that we are part of Mother Nature, to remember that we live in this planet, we can breathe, we get income, able to drive a fancy car, and enjoy the luxury 7-star hotels. You can name all the good things that we enjoy which until now have been supported unconditionally by the earth. And the last is to remember that if we continually take every single part of nature without giving back, it will be drained and it will affect to our future's life. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen that there was a various natural disasters, such as hurricanes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and the last is happened several months ago in Nusa Tenggara Timur is Cyclone Seroja, are evidence of nature anger. Nature has its own mechanisms to support the creatures that depends on it, like a mother who breastfeeds her child. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take care of our earth by protecting our environment cleanly so we will live safely. Like in Veda said, don't disturb environment. Like in Bhagavad Gita 12.15, it is written, Yasmano dvisjate loko, loka no dvisjate jaya, harsa marsan bayot wakir, mukto yasa chame priya. Means that who by who's not disturb the word and disturb the word that free of joy, fear, and this is the beloved. In other words, we can say, don't disturb world, you will get happiness. As a Hindu, I believe if we can apply the Trihitakana concept in our daily life, this world will be proper. There will be a mutual respect. There will be no differences. The environment will be safe. People will more care to each other. And the last, we will live in peace and harmony. If we live in peace and harmony, of course, we will get happiness. Thank you very much for your kind of attention. Om Santi 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 Om.
Leader is a person who leads an association or an organization. Sidirastu. Awignamastu Namo Sidam. Om Sidirastu Tatastu Swaha. Om Swastiastu. The honorable jury yet happy audience, I say thank and feel happy in front of Ida Sayang Widiwasa because of his contribution and Waranugraha. We can gather here in a healthy condition and not lacking anything. First of all, let me stand here to deliver a little Dharmawacana with the title Hindu Ideal Leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, in Hinduism we know the term leadership and leadership. Do you know what is the difference between a leader and a leadership? Yes, they are different, both from the writing and meaning. Leader is a person who leads an association or an organization. Meanwhile, leadership is the ability of a person to influence others to be invited to cooperate in achieving that goal that have been set. Leader is an important factor or mover that determines the success or failure of an organization. One day I saw flocks of the ducks in the rice field, where the ducks in the meadow, where the shelter was leaving for shelter. One of the ducks made a loud sound. He sounded quack, quack, quack. And the other ducks also made a sound. While following the loud-voiced ducks, at the time they were to turn about, and the loud-voiced duck gave the signal again. And the others followed them until they finally made a shepherd. And at the time, I concluded that is a leader who could bring his member to achieve a common goal. Happy Dharma people, in Hinduism we know the term leadership in Ashtabrata. Let's take a brief look at the first part of Ashtabrata, namely Surya Indra Brata. A leader who follows the nature of the god Indra as the god of rain. Why? Because the rain that makes plants thrive and causes prosperity. The second is Yama Brata. As a good leader should follow the nature of the god Yama. What about the god Yama? Lord Yama is the god who upholds truth and justice, giving punishment according to the wrong. Being a leader must act objectively and decisively and indiscriminately. For example, the king in Indra Brata is Yudhishthira. He became the king of Indraprastha who ruled. Very fair and wise, he always put the interests of the community above personal interests. Furthermore, the third part of Ashtabrata is Surya Brata. A leader who follows will provide comprehensive information and it's not in a hurry in making decision. The next one is Chandra Brata. Like the god Chandra who gives peace, a leader gives sympathetic and coolness of the community. The fifth, namely Bayu Brata. As a leader should follow the nature of the god Bayu, or god of wind. A leader is very happy and coolness to the society of community. Furthermore, is Kuera Brata. Like the god Kuera, a leader who follows the nature of the god Kuera as the god of wealth. The seventh is Varuna Brata. Like the god of Varuna or the god of sea. The next one is Agni Brata. A leader should follow the nature of Agni Brata as the god of sea. Happy Dharma people, these are the eight part of Ashtabrata. A leader should behave as mentioned in Manawa Dharma Sastra, chapter 9, sloka 303. Indra Syarka Syawayosca Yama Syawaruna Syaca Chandra Syagne Prativyasca Tejuritam Nipas Care. Its meaning, leaders should behave in the same way as the gods such as Indra, Surya, Bayu, Yama, Kuera, Chandra, Agni, and Prativi. Dharma people, leader must be able to lead and community he leads. King Harjuna Satrabha who formulated the Panchastiti Dharmani Prabhu, or 5 obligations of a leader, namely Ingarso Sungtulodo. A leader must be able to rule of the model to the community. Ingarso sung tulodo. A leader must be able to build and implement of the community. Tutwuri handayani. A leader never spared in motivating their people. Maju tanpa bala and sakti tanpa bala. Happy Dharma people. This Japanese proverb says, curiga manjing warangka, warangka manjing curiga. Do you know what is the meaning? Its meaning, a leader have a good attitude of a willing people and sociality. Leader is the head, while leadership was the brain and or organization of his body. Happy Dharma people, that is the meaning of leadership in Hinduism. I hope for you and usually for help all you. Thank you for your attention. I do apologize for the mistake. Finally, I close to the Dharmawacana with Paramasanti. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awigenam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Sidir Astu Tat Astu Namo Swal. Om Anubhadra Kratawayantu Wiswata. Honorable jury, dear audiences, let us present a feeling of happiness onto Ida Sang Hyang Widi Wasa. Because of Asung Kertawaranugraha Ida Sang Hyang Widi, we can gather in this place in healthy state of mind and body. My name is Igusti Ayu Mutia Putri Dewi. At my establishment, here I would like to convey a message of Dharma entitled Strengthening Sraddha and Bhakti in Hinduism. Happy brothers and sisters, basically, religious teachings provide guidance to its adherents. In Hinduism, there are three guidelines which formulated to three frameworks. Or, in other words, the three basic framework of Hinduism is: first, Tattva is related to faith or Sraddha. Second, ethics is related to relationship and good and bad behavior, right and wrong, may and may not. Third, ceremonies involving various forms of yajna ceremonies. It is well known that the goal of life as a Hindu is Moksatam Jagadita Yacha Iti Dharma Atmanam, can achieve worldly welfare and spiritual happiness Atma or soul. The subject's worldly welfare is the human being outwardly, while the spiritual happiness of the subject is the Atma or soul. So, the three guidelines from the three basic framework of Hinduism must be understood, believed, always trained, felt the result, apply, and finally made into an attitude that enters a person so that life becomes happy, behave well and correctly, is harmonious, free from fear, prosperous, and peaceful. If these three guidelines can be implemented properly and correctly, it is an indicator of success in achieving religious life. My loving audiences, to implement and realize the purpose of life in Hinduism, there is the teaching of Chatur Marga Yoga, which describe how to connect with Ida Sangha Universal, including first, Bhakti Marga Yoga, namely, how to connect through the path of love, sincere service to God. Second, Karma Marga Yoga, namely, how to connect oneself through self-control, through the way of selfless work, doing good based on the Dharma. Third, Jnana Marga Yoga, namely, how to connect oneself through exploring and applying knowledge in life. Fourth, Raja Marga Yoga, namely, how to connect through self-control, samadhi, and meditation. Hindus in particular already know what Shraddha and Bhakti mean. Shraddha is the belief in God and religious teachings. As Hindus, we must believe that God exists. We must believe that there is an Atman who always sustains every living being. Besides that, we also have to believe that the law of karma pala exists, because the law of karma pala will still apply to anyone whether believing or not. We must also believe that reincarnation exists and that the soul who is not attached will attain moksha in this world, jiva mukti, and moksha after that. Whereas devotional service is a work offering without thinking of result and total surrender. Shraddha and Bhakti must always animate every step of Hindu steps. Thus, what we do will benefit our life by maintaining in this world and after we die. We die with no material whatsoever. All we carry is our respective karma. Dear audiences, in Hinduism, the teachings of Trihitakarana are known. Trihitakarana is three forms of harmonious relationship between humans and God vertical, humans and humans horizontal, and humans and the natural environment. God created the world and everything in it with yajna, so that we must use it for our life by maintaining a harmonious relationship with God, fellow human beings, and with the natural environment around us. If one of the elements in this life is interrupted, it will cause disharmony and can end disaster. Hindus believe in Ida Sangha Widiwasa, God Almighty. It's certainly different from teachings outside Hinduism. Hinduism teaches God a single, but has many names. Ekam Satvipra Bahuda Badanti. God is Nirukna and Saguna, can manifest into the world called Avatara. God has thousands of attributes of His omnipotence. God is the ancestor of Dharma with three main functions, Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. God is creator, maintainer, fuser according to the Dharma cycle. Therefore, if Hindus perform bhakti or devotional service, it can be done many times, even though Sayang Widi is single, but has various omnipotence. Prayer or devotional service can be performed anywhere as long as the place has been purified or is considered holy and suitable as a place of prayer. My loving audiences, bhakti or prayer in Hinduism is the obligation or swadharma of Hindus without exception to do. The main object is Ida Sangyang Widiwasa with all his omnipotence. My loving audiences, this various form of bhakti is all true. All of the paths are given by Sangyang Widi, whereas the course it will accept it can be in society and confidence. My loving audiences, Hindus understand not only what Shraddha and Bhakti are enough, but more than that. Namely self-actualization by increasing the devotional service. One of the things is to carry out the yajna ceremonies or work of Mamungkah Ngentek Linggih, which we are currently carrying out as mandated of the teaching Bhagavad Gita chapter 3 sloka 14 as follows. Anat bhavanti bhutani Parjanyat anasambawa Yat nyat bawati parjanyo Yatnya karma samut bawa. The existence of living things because of the food. The presence of food because of the rain. The rain because of yatnya. So, yatnya is something means and our duty as a people. So, yatnya becomes satvika and perfect benefits should be based on the following things. First, Lascarya means to carry out and not counting the pros and cons. Second, literature based on literature. Do not act without literary guidelines. Third, do not intend to show off and carry out with the agreement and ability of the people. My loving audiences, Hindus has taught us great moral values and teachings. As a consequence, we must be willing to apply it in real life. Religious teachings not only sufficient for us to read and understand, but we need to apply them in everyday life. This is important for us to study since based on good religion teachings. Religion without knowledge is blind, but knowledge without religion is destroyed. That is the Dharma message that I can convey. I hope you understand what I said and can implement it, the strengthening Shraddha and Bhakti in everyday life, which always animate every steps of Hindu steps. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. First of all, let us praise to our mighty God, Ida Sang Hyang Widiwasa. Because of his blessing, we can gather in here in this Utsawa Dharma Gita competition. Secondly, I would like to say thank you for the honorable judges and all of the committee that allow me to follow this prestigious competition. Om Awiganamastu Namo Sidam. May good thoughts come from the various directions. My honorable judges and all of my Hindu brothers and sisters, like we all know that in these situations, our world and our lovely countries are struggling because of the coronavirus that makes a huge impact in our human life, from the things that we never do to the things that we have to do. And these coronavirus situations also make our life become heavier and scary, because every day we are treated to a news that thousands, even a million of people died because of this coronavirus. And in these situations, our economic income also decreased significantly. So to overcome the situations, our government about a years ago has made regulations that we have to follow a new normal life. So we can live like usual by keep living with the whole protocol. With the virus. So, what do you think with these regulations? Do you feel any difference? To make your life easier in these current situations, allow me, Nima Dedi Bintang from West Sumatra, to deliver a Dharmawacana with the title, The Applications of Trihita Karana Concept in this COVID-19 pandemic situation. Ladies and gentlemen, most of you must know what is Trihita Karana. Yes, that is our basic concept to achieve the happiness and harmonious with Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, human, and also environment. And we also may not forget that the COVID-19 is also his creations. And in these 2 years, we've been living with his creations that makes a huge impact in our human life. Wasudaiwa Kutumbakam means we are all brothers. And a brothers means that we have to live in peace. If we want to live together with the virus, we cannot always be hostile with the virus, right? But how can we live together with the enemy? Okay, let's just look back before the coronavirus exists in our world. On a normal day, we usually gather in the temple on holiday like Purnama, Tilam, and we usually do ngayah together. We chant Bujatri Sandhya without using mask and also shake hands after praying. But now, in these current situations, we cannot do that. We have to keep our distance to each other, keep using our mask, and also not touching. Even the government has made regulations that we are forbidden to praying together in a temple. In Trihita Karana, especially in Parahyangan, explained that we have to keep our good relations with Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa. But how can we do that when we are forbidden to praying together in the temple? My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, like we all know that Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa has a prosperity called Vyapi, Vyapaka, which means that he exists everywhere. And even though we are not praying in a temple together, we still can do it at home with our family. And it still has the same value as long as we do it sincerely. And also, in dealing with the situations in our religions, we know the term Vira or Vira means the spirit and braveness to face life. And Dharma, it is our obligations to the effort in sustaining life. Well, both of these are our guidance to face any dangers and any challenges that happened in our life. It is also explained in Bhagavad Gita, Adhyayatu Sloka 3. Glaibyam masma gama parta, naitat huai upapadyate, sudran hridyaya daurbalyam, Devotista Parantapa, which means, O son of Prita, do not yield of this degrading impotence. It doesn't become you. Give up such a bitter weakness of heart and arise, O chaster of the enemy. This sloka teaches us to be more brave in facing every obstacle in our life and give up such a big no. These situations also make our human relations with others become more restricted, since the government has begun to implement work from home regulations. These regulations make us to stay at home for both studying and working. And we all know that our lovely archipelago is famous with the people that have a high level of the mutual cooperations. So this is going to be a hard thing to do. In Pawangan, explained that we have to keep our good relations with the other humans. And in communications, I think we don't have to feel worried because now we are in the globalization's era where the technology is used more rather than talking face to face. But when we're using the technology, we also have to pay attention about the way that we use the technology, and it also needs proportions. If not, the technology will take over you and it will bring the bad impact for your body. Ladies and gentlemen, what about our environment? We as humans that depends our life in a nature, we also have to pay attention to what happens to our nature. Are you guys realize about one crucial problem that happen right now? That is a medical waste. Try to imagine when 1 billion of people in the world using a disposable mask and they not throw the mask properly in the trash. Imagine what happens to our world and to our oceans. The oceans will become dirty and pollute. So, by throwing the mask properly in the trash and following the PUTRI instructions, the mask will be easier to unravel, and we have to keep the environment clean. Talking about keeping the environment clean, it's written in Bhagavad Gita, Adhyaya 5, Sloka number 25. Bhuta, Hita, Rata, Brahma, Nirvana, which means anyone whose life is preserving the nature, they will reach nirvana or heaven. And it is also written in Sarasya Muchaya, Sloka 135. Always strive for the welfare of the life beings, because only by maintaining the welfare, the survival and the existence in this world will be guaranteed. Ladies and gentlemen, did you guys know the case that happened in India about a couple months ago? The case that staggered the world because in that case, 1 million of Indian people died in just 3 days and many kinds of the viruses appear in our world. Above all, I would like to send my biggest condolences for the situations that happens in India. And I do hope that this situation or this case won't be happen again in our world and our lovely country. From this case, we can take a lesson that praying to God is important, but obeying to the health protocol is more important. Both of it have to be balanced and not one-side lamb. Finally, we come to the conclusions of this Dharmawacana. I am, to be honest, I'm very proud that I am as a Hindu person because we have these 3 Hita Karana teachings. As we all know that 3 Hita Karana teachings is a universal lesson that can be used in every situation and in every conditions. And I also have a message for all of you to always keep our harmony between others. Last word, I would like to say thank you very much, and hopefully my Dharmawacana could be useful for all of us. I end this Dharmawacana with Paramasanti. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Anubhadrah Kretawo Wiyantu Wiswata. The Honorable all jurors team, committees and all audience who come on in this great chance. We hope our best choices would be blessing of the God Almighty Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa. Thank you so much for a chance for me to give this course. In this great chance, at 14th National Utsawa Dharma Gita, I would like to deliver a spiritual discourse with the title, The Benefit of Trihitakarana in Our Life. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that Indonesia is being hit by a serious disaster. Indonesia has been exposed to the COVID-19 pandemic for more than 1 year. Many sectors experienced a decline in performance such as closed temples, online school, work from home, and even many companies were forced to go out of business. Of course, this cannot be started from lack of public understanding about the use of Trihitakarana concept in life, especially in Hindu society. Therefore, let us discuss about the benefit of Trihitakarana in our life. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the term Trihitakarana firstly arose on 11th of November 1966 when a conference held by Bali Hindu Struggling Board in Dwi Jendra University, Denpasar, Bali. Since that time, the term Trihitakarana broadly known by most people in the world. Basically, Trihitakarana means three causes of becoming prosperity. Principally, that those three causes consist of three relationships of human beings. Those are human to God, human to environment, and human to human relationship. By these three principles of relationship, the concept of Trihitakarana covers the three elements, such as the first Sangyang Jagat Karana, the second the universe, and the third the human being. Ladies and gentlemen, in our Bible Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, section 10 mention how Trihitakarana is in our life. Sahayajnya prajasreshtva Purovaca prajapati Anena prasavisyodvam Eso wosti wistaka madu. This lovely Bible slokas means, firstly, Prajapati created human being through yajna, or purification and sight. By this way, you will be growing and will become kamaduk as you need. From this Bhagavad Gita, we have seen that three elements where there are God, human, and environment. All audience, the application of Trihitakarana in Hindu's life is conducted as relationship of human to God in terms of Dewa Yatnya, human to environment in terms of Bhuta Yatnya, and human to human in terms of Pitra, Resi, and Manusia Yatnya. Actually, Trihitakarana is made of people from different parts of the world, bringing together different experiences, backgrounds, and skills. We are united by our commitment to finding and implementing solutions for sustainability. We are farmers, students, educators, children, adults, volunteers, professionals, activists, and change. By this case means that Trihitakarana is actually not only applied by Hindu people makers, but also all people of the world in regarding and to keep the balancing and sustainability of living environment, avoiding any conflicts among the regions and individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition of these three concept cosmogony, it is also on contextual with Hindu religion concept, which is called Trihitakarana, or Tree of the Harmony, balance to create it peaceful and happiness. We can see the application of Hindu's harmonious life that Trihitakarana is also applied as Parahyangan, Pawongan, and Palemahan. In context of Parahyangan, people have specific relationship to God. There are many ways to have a good relationship with God. One of the example is chanting Gayatri Mantra. And now I would like to invite you to chanting this mantra. Are you ready, audience? Okay, let's go. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. What do you feel, audience? Do you feel peace after chanting this mantra? I think you feel it. And then beside that, we can do praying, meditation, yoga, samadhi, cleaning the temple and doing purification. And the other hand, in Pawangan area, people have close relationships to cover all their needs to continue the life by applying Trikaya Parisuddha every day. And in context of Palemahan, people use all space of living area or environment for covering all material supplies, including food, transportation, and entertainment. In these matters, Hindu people even conducting the Tumpak Uduh to prove that we respect to all of the plants. All audience who I love, heading for prosperous based on Trihita Karana community and culture have to change toward the better. Namely, heading for the more prosperous life in several aspects, or heading for the Jagadita or prosperous community. Footprints of the passage miseries. This Jagadita is only possible to be based if the Indonesian human remain to uphold the values existing in its identity. That indeed for a time, being his guided such as passage. All audience who I love, we need to remember that the concept of Trihita Karana we can achieve accurately and effectively. The first time, we must build relationship with ourselves harmoniously. When that relationship we are already achieved effectively, we will easily build relationship in a good manner among God, human, and environment. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, finally on this great chance, I invite you all. Let's keep this best way of life harmony called Trihita Karana, as this is only one in the world. It is an amazing idea, fantastic and so beautiful. We can imagine how peaceful when we are living in a balanced relationship among God, human, and environment. Our future is determined from now. We are not yet let to start, so let's act. Step ahead to keep these three angels' relationship together. Moksartam Jagadita Yacha Iti Dharma, an objective of Hindu spiritual life, prosperity of life in this universe, and being peaceful for the next life in God's world. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all my discourse for today. And do apologize me if some of my words are not suit you. If any broken needles, please don't keep in the void. If any wrong words, please don't keep in your heart. Tan hanawang sweta anulus, nobody is perfect because the perfectness is belongs to God. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I close my discourse with say mantram Paramasanti. Om Santi 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 Om.
Swastiastu. Om Awignamastu Namasidam. Om Anubhadra Kratawayantu Wiswata. May good thoughts always come from all directions. Ladies and gentlemen that I respect, and all my beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, all gratitude of thanks I deliver to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa. For his blessings, we all could gather in this luxurious and glittering place. Ladies and gentlemen, the concept of yajna in the teachings of Hinduism is actually not fully implemented. For example, many people flock to give dana punya to temple A, B, and C, even with a sizable nominal. For them, there is pride when their names and nominal number are mentioned by the committee. But when his next door neighbor experienced a disaster and needed help, no one wanted to reach out his hand to help. Do you know what that means? We are competing to look good to God, over and exaggerate each other's works. But we have to choose our fellow humans. This is so ironic, isn't it? One of the paths of Hindu is punya. Now I want to ask you, what is in your mind if you hear the word dana punya? Is wearing the rich first, then we are worthy to giving dana punya? Many are mistaken about the implementations of yajna. Yajna is sincere offering that is given as a guide in the teachings of Dharma. One form of his presence is punya. Punya comes from the word nia with the preposition pun. In the large Indonesian dictionary, punya means a gift that is sincere or can be said as alms. Dana means good or holy, while punya means a gift. So that dana punya has the meaning a good or holy gift. Therefore, in these occasions, I am interested to bring Dharmawacana with the title Dana Punya for the implementations of sincere teachings to God and fellow human beings. As for what, the first I want to say, what is the foundation of Dana Punya? The second, what kind of Dana Punya? The third, to whom and when should we give Dana Punya? My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, the Dana Punya doctrine is based on the teachings of Tatwamasi, which mean, I am you, you are me, we are all the same. Look at everyone like ourselves who need help. Help or protections to realize the true happiness of life, as meditated in Vedic scriptures. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. All beings are brothers. Human are social creatures in the sense that human cannot live alone, so they need help from others. By living and understanding the teachings of Tatwamasi, it should be established a good relationship between people. Don't let us humans hurt each other, do anarchic actions that harmful others, or even have the heart to kill our fellow humans. Hopefully, we can help each other and provide protections to others. If you become rich, help those who are poor. If you become a strong person, help those who are weak, so that a harmonious life can be realized, which means the implementations of Tatwamasi teachings. In Manawa Dharma Sastra mentioned, Yat kimchi dapi datayam,
Yaci tenana suyaya. Utpatsyate hitat pratam. Hiatarayati sarwataha. That means, when asked for it, he should always give something, even though small in number, without feeling annoyed, because the proper recipient will be found who saves him from all sins. Manawa Dharma Sastra, chapter 4, verses 228. From the above sloka, we can conclude that for now, the virtue that we need to do is dana punya, by giving something to the needy, even though small in number. But if it is done sincerely, without any feelings of regret, it will be safe from all sins. Swami Vivekananda divides dana punya into three types, namely Dharma dana, Widya dana, and Artha dana. The first one is Dharma dana. The gift can be in the form of advice or guidance or life guidance, which is able to change one life to be better. For example, as parents directing their children to firmly hold Dharma in all their actions. The second is punya in the form of education or knowledge, is Vidya dana, such as a teacher who provides the knowledge passage to his student. And the last, in the form of property, is Artha dana, which aims to help or save someone or community. For example, giving a little money to the beggars. In general, there is no time limit for conducting dana punya. Whenever we do dana punya, it's not a problem, as long as it is based on sincerity and accordance with Dharma. We will get reward. Ladies and gentlemen, dana punya can be given in several forms, namely works, funds, and upakara. For example, when there is a religious ceremony in the village of Pekraman, many people compete to give money, even though not all people in the village are economically well established. If you don't have enough money, you can provide energy, because community service not only need money, but also need the people to do all the preparations. So, what if you don't have enough money, energy, or time? You can provide services in the form of offering or ingredients. For example, he added, he was a farmer who didn't have enough money, energy, and also time, because he had to work in the fields. But he had mangoes from his garden. Giving mango as a means of ceremony was also included in punya. Punya is mandatory, but must be based on sincere sense of sincerity. Don't let us give dana punya just to be show off. It is the gift of gifts with what we have today. Don't give dana punya with something that we forced to be cool. Life is turning like wheel. Sometimes we are below, sometimes in the middle, sometimes above, and then down again. This is God's law called. When you are on the top positions, look down and help people in need. One day, we will definitely need someone else's helping hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope everything I talk about could give you a new insight and inspire you to practice dana punya as a path of Dharma. It's not hard to do this, right? Thank you very much for the occasion and your kind attentions. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Swastiastu. Om Awignamastu Namasidam. Om Sidirastu Tatastu Swaha. Om Anubadrah Kertawiantu Wiswatah. Hopefully, all positive thinking come to us from all directions. The honorable judges, on this occasion, I will present a Dharmawacana entitled Implementation of Trihita Karana Teachings in Life. First of all, I would like to humble my rise to God, who is giving His mercy. Because by His mercy, we can gather here to attend this event, Utsawa Dharma Gita. Ladies and gentlemen, Trihita Karana is a concept or teaching in Hinduism, which always focus on how one can live in harmony and peace. Trihita Karana can be interpreted lexically Trihita Karana is a three-cause, which means tree, hita, which means prosperous, and karana, which means cause. The three causes are parahyangan, pawongan, and palemahan. The part of the Trihita Karana include the first, parahyangan. Parahyangan comes from the word yang, which means God. Parahyangan is a relationship human with a God. So, how do we maintain a relationship with God in this area? With this pandemic, we have a prohibition to praying in the temple. But prohibition to come to the temple is not prohibition to praying God. We can pray God in our home. The second, pawongan. Pawongan comes from the word wong. In Japanese, it means human. Pawongan is a relationship human with a human. But how do we maintain a relationship human with other human in this COVID-19? We have a prohibition to interacting, we always keep social distancing, but we can interaction with other human via online. The third, palemahan. Palemahan comes from the word lemah, which means land. Palemahan is a relationship human with universe or buana. In Hindu, we carry out a tumpa uye to perceive animal ceremony, and tumpa wariga to perceive plants ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the goal of the Trihita Karana is a moksatam jagatita yaca iti dharma. or moksha. Trihita Karana is Trihita Karana is how do we can live in harmony, how do we can so that's all for me. I believe, hopefully, that I say be a I hope what I say can be I hope what I say can be motivate for us. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Anubhadra Kartawayantu Wiswata. Oh Sang Yang Widi, hopefully all the good thoughts come from all directions. Om Awiginam Mastu Namo Sidam. Hopefully there will be no obstacles, all of our goals can be achieved. Honorable the judges, the audience, and all the participants of 14th National Utsawa Dharmawacana in 2021. Praise our gratitude to Ida Sanyang Widiwasa because for its blessing we can participate in the national Utsawa Dharma Gita during the COVID-19 pandemic through semi-virtual. On this occasion, allow me to deliver a Dharma message with the title, The Virtue of Yajna for Millennial Generation. Honorable the judges, the audience, and all the participants. In our real life, we always perform yajna. But what does yajna actually means? Yajna comes from the word yaj, which means offering, worship, honor, and sacrifice. So, the meaning of yajna is a sincere, selfless sacrifice. Then, what is our reference for performing yajna? As in the Bhagavad Gita, Adhyaya 3, Sloka 10 states, Saha yajna praja sristva puro vaca prajapati anena prasawisyadwam ewawo stua istakamado. It means, in ancient times, Prajapati created humans with yajna and said, this you will expand and will become Kamaduk of your desires. Based on the first, humans are the highest beings, and it is only natural that we as humans pay our debts because we have been given life and are cared for. As humans, we have three debts in this world, called Trirana, consists of, first, Dewarna. Dewarna is our debts to the Ida Sanyang Widiwasa and its manifestations for being nurtured and given life. Second is Pitrarna. Pitrarna is a debt we owe to our parents and ancestors for giving birth to us and taking care of us. Third, Rasirna. Rasirna is our debt to the Rasi, Sulingi, and teachers because they have contributed to giving us knowledge and guiding us to always walk on the right path. Apart from the above two types of debts, we also have Bhakti. Bhakti is a form of sincere respect. Bhakti only requires sincerity in serving. Bhakti in Vedic teachings has ethical values and good manners. Trirana and Bhakti are our basis for serving. Blessed Dhamma people, if we talk about yajna, then we will also talk about the types of yajna. In yajna, we call it Pancha Yajna, namely Pancha means 5 and yajna itself means a sincere sacrifice. So, Pancha Yajna are sacred offerings made sincerely. The parts of the 5 yajnas include 1. Deva Yajna. Deva comes from the word Dev, which means holy light. The meaning of Deva is holy light and all manifestations of Ida Sanyang Widiwasa. There is worship of this god because we have a text called Dewarna for the life that has been given to us humans. One example in everyday life is saying the Sri Sandhya 3 times a day. Chanting praise is one of the implementation of yajna, so that when we pray and say the Sri Sandhya, it means we have served Ida Sanyang Widiwasa. 2. Rasi Yajna. Rasi itself is a Sulingi, Rishi, and teacher. So, Rasi Yajna is a holy offering that is sincere to Rishi, Sulingi, and teachers for giving us knowledge and guiding us to always walk on a right path. One example in everyday life is when we listen to and carry out the teachings of a teacher. 3. Pitra Yatnya. Pitra Yatnya is a holy offering that is sincere to our Pitara, parents and ancestors for giving birth to us, care of us, and raise us. To serve parents in daily life can be done by listening to the advice of parents. 4. Manusia Yatnya. Manusia itself is a human being, so Manusia Yatnya is an offering to fellow human beings because we are social beings need other humans to stay alive. Making Yatnya to fellow human beings can be done by helping victims of disaster or people who need our help. 5. Buddha Yatnya. Buddha is nature and its elements, so Buddha Yatnya is a pure offering that is sincere to nature and its elements in order to establish a good relationship between humans and nature. The implementation of Buddha Yatnya can be done with simple things such as disposing garbage in its place and cleaning the environment. By doing so, we have served the Buddha Kalas, such as the part of the 5 Yatnyas which describes the human Yatnya. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from daily life, there are also stories about the implementation of Yatnya in the Mahabharata book, in which the Mahabharata story is told. Pancha Pandava performs Yatnya Sarpa, which is very big, majestic, and festive. Pancha Pandava invites kings from all over the country as well as holy hermits from the forests and mountains. During this holy celebration, the main Brahman came to pray and purify the event. He came on foot and through the forest so that his clothes became a little bit dirty. Every guest who came was served a delicious food, and so was this holy Brahman. The Brahman was very hungry. He devoured the food quickly. The goddess Draupadi, who passed by and saw the Brahman, said, "Poor man Brahman has even never saw food. He ate hastily." The man Brahman, who has supernatural powers, can hear what Draupadi was saying to him, even so the distance between Draupadi and the man Brahman is quite far. The man Brahman is hurt to hear Draupadi's words. The execution of Yatnya is over, and Draupadi forgets that incident. Then, in the following story, Duryodhana and his younger siblings gave Draupadi a tremendous humiliation. Dusarsana tore Draupadi's clothes in front of the kings, ministers, and sages. Tearing women's clothes is a big humiliation and can have impacts on the future destructions of the country. But because Draupadi used to bandage Krishna's wound when he was hit by an arrow, Krishna was helped Draupadi by giving a cloth that never ran out, so that Dusarsana was overwhelmed by tearing Draupadi's clothes. Ladies and gentlemen, from this story above, we can imitate the devotion of the 5 Pandavas, namely doing Yatnya. But the Draupadi's attitude that denounces the Brahman, even though she is doing Yatnya to the Brahman, is an attitude that we cannot model when we do Yatnya. Because if you want to serve, it must be based on a sincere heart and without ulterior motives. The devotees of worship do not always have to be in the form of ceremonies, making offerings, or giving praise, but can also be in the form of helping others, throwing garbage in its place, and cleaning the environment. In presenting, we should never hesitate or expect something in return. Do it with a sincere heart so that the value of our yatnya becomes high in the presence of either Sang Yang Widi Wasa. such is the message of Dharma that I have conveyed to the audience. Hopefully, the message of Dharma that I convey can make people of all Dharma know the true meanings of Yajna and what is the meaning of Yajna without sincerity. Thank you for your attention. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Good afternoon, the honorable juries, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us praise Ida Sang Hyang Widiwasa for his blessing so we can be here in this precious occasion. The Utsawa Dharmagita of Indonesia in 2021. Hopefully, the noble values of Dharma thought gives enlightenment to our life journey. Ladies and gentlemen, in this precious occasion, I would like to deliver a Dharmawacana entitled Astabrata as the main character of Hindu leaders. Everyone has their own criteria for a leader based on their beliefs or the empirical facts they get. However, it cannot be denied that all people expect a leader who is able to fairly, and wisely bring his people into a prosperous life, physically and spiritually. In general terms, ladies and gentlemen, leadership is the ability to organize and mobilize different people to achieve a common goal. As we know, Indonesia is a multicultural and multi-ethnic country that has thousands of islands. It is not an easy thing for a leader or a president to reconcile these differences without rating majority and minority. My beloved Hindus, a good character of a leader ensures the success of an organization or a country. As I just mentioned previously, that everyone has their own criteria for a leader. Then, the question should be, what is the character of a good leader according to Hindus' concept? Well, ladies and gentlemen, in Hinduism, it is believed that human is born with their character as a swabhava and formed by their nature as a swadharma. There are 4 kinds of humans classifications according to their swadharma, namely Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, verse 43 mentioned, Sauryam tejo dritir daksyam, yudeca piapalayanam, danam iswara bawasca, ksatram karma swabhawayam. Means heroism, constancy, determination do not run in fear during war. Generous and leadership, it is a nature honest of Kshatriya. My beloved Hindu brother and sisters, there are many concepts of leadership in Hindu. And in my Dharmawacana today, I would like to discuss about Asta Brata concept regarding our main topic, the characters of a good country leader in Hindu. Literally, ladies and gentlemen, Asta means 8 and Brata means behavior. In this term, behavior refers to deities. A leader must be able to show a bright and shining sainthood, have virtue and power as mentioned in Mandawa Dharma Sastra, chapter 7, verse 4. Indra Nila Yamar Kanam, Agnes Cha Waruna Syacha, Chandra Witesa Yos Chaiwa, Matra Nirtya Saswati. Means, to fulfill a purpose, a king or leader must have the eternal political properties of gods Indra, Bayu, Yama, Surya, Agni, Varuna, Chandra, and Kuera. In that sloka, leaders are expected to have deities as mentioned. All of the traits and attitudes are in accordance with the concept of Astabrata, which are 8 mental principles for a leader. Namely, the first, ladies and gentlemen, is Indra Brata. Indra is the god of the rain, who is pouring rain to the earth and vegetation so that all plants grow flourishingly. Likewise, a leader must be able to strive for people's welfare evenly. The second is Bayu Brata. Bayu is the god of the wind, who always blows and penetrates every corner in this world. Just as a leader must be able to penetrate into people's spaces and absorb their aspiration. For the third one is Yama Brata. Yama is the god of justice who judges anyone indiscriminately, as well as a leader's way to treat his people. The fourth is Surya Brata. Surya is the god of the sun who gently illuminates the universe. Hence, a leader must be able to provide brightness and clarity to all his people. The fifth is Agni Brata. Agni is the god of fire who can spend anything that hinders him. Just as a leader must be able to face all enemies and pass through every challenge. The sixth is Varuna Brata. Varuna is the god of the ocean who has power to purify water in the ocean. A leader is expected to purify his people from disease. For the seventh is Chandra Brata. Chandra, the god of the moon, who gently illuminates the night, gives comfortable and cool feeling. Just like a leader must be able to give a sense of comfort and calm to all his people. And the last but not least, Kuera or Danada Brata. Kuera is the god of prosperity who always provides sufficient assets. According to Kuera's nature, a leader must be good in financial management. A good management will ensure the prosperity of his people includes clothing, food, and shelter. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is all the deity characters that brings a leader respected and admired by his people. There are two factors that determine the success of a leader, namely human efforts and God's will. While the level of the success can be a decline or kesaya, a stable or stana, and an improvement or wardi. My dear brother and sisters, in the advantage of Astabrata, a Hindu leader should be more convinced to his religion and the thought of the elder. As stated in Chanakya Niti Sastra, chapter 14, verse 18. For a prosperous life, protect and preserve your religion or dharma. Your wealth for your food, dana for dhanyam, the wise teaching of the teacher or guru wacana, and your health or ausadam. If those improperly maintained, then a prosperous life will never be obtained. My beloved Hindus, of all that has been said previously, I would like to conclude that a Hindu leader must have characters of 8 deities called Astabrata, and the success of a leader is determined by his efforts, God's will, and of course, our full support as a citizen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is all my Dharma Wacana today. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I do apologize if there is any mistake in my Dharma Wacana. Hopefully, it gives advantages for all of us. Let us give our support to all leaders who lead this country toward a prosperous life. Moksartam Jagaditaya Ca Iti Dharma. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Swastiastu. Om Awiganastu Namosidam. We give our gratefulness to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa. Because of His grace, we are able to gather here for today's Dharmawacana. My name is Ida Ayutisha, and today I will deliver the Dharmawacana entitled Practical Leadership Based on the Dharma. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by asking this one simple question. What is a leader? The word itself is very familiar to us all, isn't it? Wherever we go, there has to be someone in the position of a leader. But it's not merely only a status or a position that then shall be worshipped by others. One can say that someone is a leader when others are able to give them their trust. As part of the younger generation of Hindus, I am very interested in understanding Hindus' concept and values about leadership itself, as I believe that the Veda has taught us a lot about the essence of leadership itself. I am hoping that all of us here today share the same mindset in which we are driven by two key things. The first one is to learn and discover more about the Vedic message in terms of leadership, as well as training ourselves to become leaders with the concept of Dharma. My brothers and sisters in Hindu, integrity plays a fundamental role in terms of leadership. Nowadays, in our daily life, we might have encountered leaders that does not showcase any sense of integrity, in which have caused them their own downfall and therefore does not set a good example of moral values towards the society itself. This has been demonstrated in numerous occasions by plenty politicians, entertainers, athletes, and other people in various kinds of occupation where they show an inconsistent behavior between their words and action. This truly goes against the concept of integrity itself, which could simply be interpreted as the unity between words and action based on noble values. At the heart of being a leader with integrity is someone who has a moral compass within themselves. That means being able to think, talk, and do good. Seems very familiar to us all, isn't it? Well, it should be, because this exact concept has been taught to us as part of the Hindu teachings known as Trikaya Parisuddha. Trikaya Parisuddha means three noble attitudes, which include Kayika Parisuddha, meaning good act, Wachika Parisuddha, meaning good speech, and Manachika Parisuddha, meaning good thought. Each and one of them are correlated and integrated with one another as stated in Sarasya Muschaya, Sloka 79. Manasa Nichayam Kertva Tato Vacha Vidyate Karmana Paschat Pradhanam Vai Manastata, which means the thought plays a very important role. If the emotion have submerged from within, then they will start to speak or act on it. Because the sole reason for that is our thought itself. Ladies and gentlemen, a leader is someone who is a role model of values, a role model in implementation of Trikaya Parisuddha. Thus, you must be wondering, how are we able to implement those values while still upholding trust and integrity to lead others? Well, as I would want to highlight the practicality of leadership concept, today I would introduce to you the 5 finger rules of leadership. Now, I'd like to ask the audience, as well as the respectable judges, to direct their attention towards my right hand. As you can see, when I clench my hand into a fist, there's only one finger that could easily come free, which is the thumb. The thumb is usually used as a gesture, showing others that they did a great job, meaning it is to show respect, which should have come first in any kinds of situations. Next, we have the index finger that functions as pointers, and that is what a great leader shall do. They shall be able to provide a clear directions towards the people they lead in order to achieve success. Next, we have the middle finger that represents teamwork. Why, you may ask? Well, we might have recalled a game that we played as a little kids, where we will spread our arms and try to make the biggest circle out of lots of people. In that game, the exact point of our fingers that touch each other is the middle finger, thus representing teamwork. A great leader could only achieve success if they could cooperate well with others. The forefinger is the ring finger, and from the name itself, we know that it represents relationship. To be a great leader, one must know how to create and maintain relationship with those they lead, as well as making a broader connection with other parties. Last but not least, we have the little pinky finger that represents solving problems. This derives from the old habit that little kids do every time they already resolve a problem within themselves. They would then entangle their little pinky together, forming a bond of forgiving one another. Solving problem is a day-to-day job for a leader, therefore it is a crucial skill for them to learn. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the 5 finger rules of leadership. Lastly, a leader is someone who is trying to reach and achieve a vision. In order to do that, they need the foundation of trust and integrity. The basis of integrity itself could actually be found in Hindu teachings known as Trikaya Parisuddha. From then on, we could implement the 5 finger rules of leadership, which are giving respect, providing clear directions, working together, creating and maintaining relationship, as well as solving problems. With these 5 finger rules implemented, it could bring them and the people they lead to achieve the success that they envision. In closing of my Dharmawacana, let me quote a verse of Atharva Veda 6.8. We, lovers, walk together, live together, moving forward together, with the feeling of togetherness and togetherness at heart. I decided to quote this verse so we could develop ourselves to become leaders that values trust, integrity, with the basis of compassion. Thank you very much for your attention. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om.
sailed the boat across the sea with a bunch of family and friends. Gladly praise to the Almighty and a lovely day with all of you to converse. Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Siddham. Ladies and gentlemen, my beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, fellow judges, praise and gratitude we call upon the divine presence of Ida Sang Hyang Widiwasa, who has given us blessings, health, and joy. In this very occasion, allow me here, Luh Putu Safita Ananda, to deliver you my Dharmawacana entitled Gender According to Hinduism. The term gender is important to highlight because many people still don't fully understand gender. Before I dig deeper into this topic, it seems that there's still a confusion of the definition between sex and gender in general. Allow me to explain more about it. Sex is defined as a biologically determined sex difference that is physically attached to its gender. Meanwhile, gender is a concept that refers to the roles and responsibilities of men and women that occur as a result of and can change by the circumstances and culture of society. This gender difference is permanent and a universal nature. Thus, it is clear that sex is a biological, hormonal, anatomical difference between men and women. Sex cannot change or exchange between men and women because it is imperious, while gender is the difference between men and women in terms of characteristics, roles, functions, behaviors established by society, so it can change and interchangeable. In simple terms, gender differences have resulted in differences in characteristics, roles, and functions that are patterned as follows. Number 1, biological construction and characteristics of primary, secondary, masculine, and feminine. Number 2, social construction and the role of standard images or stereotype. And last, religious construction of beliefs and scriptures. Regarding masculine and feminine characteristics in general, there is still a claim that the attitude of women is feminine and men are masculine, as opposed to human ownership of their biological sex. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the current status of gender equality and gender justice worldwide? Well, gender equality is the equal condition for men and women to have the opportunity and rights as human beings to be able to play a role and participate in political, economic, social culture as a result of development. Meanwhile, gender justice is a process of behaving equally towards men and women. In Dharma Jati Sloka, it is implies as follows. Om Pradhanam Purusa Sangyogaya Windu Dewataya Poktra Jaganataya Dewa Dewi Adi Sangyogaya. Meaning, O Lord, you have created and united men and women and live in and reproduce this world in duties and positions in society. The above sloka clearly implies that the universe and its contents were created by God through yatna, so that all its creation is bound by the law of karma. Humans who are formed into God's creation is bound by the law of karma, have the advantage of being able to think. The ability to think for humans makes it the most perfect and noble creature of God among other creatures created by God. My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, but what about the existence of men? Humans who are born into an independent world and have the same dignity and rights before God, both men. Terms gods, goddesses, sons and daughters, Linga Yuni in Hinduism illustrate that this dualism actually exists and needs each other because God creates them always in pairs. In Manawa, Dharma Sastra implies as follows. Dwida Kratmano Denari Ardena Purusa Pawat Ardena Narita Shamsa Wirayama Samarjat Prabhu. Meaning, by dividing himself into part male and part female, he created Wiraja. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think about the liberation of women in social life? The emancipation of women started in the Western world because how badly men treated women. Well, what is emancipation of women? Emancipation of women is not about the equality between men and women or the superiority of women to men. It is all about an opportunity for everyone to choose freely. Emancipation of women is not limited to women only. It is all because this movement believes that both men and women have a right to make a genuine choice in their lives. This includes the choice in their jobs, their educations, their roles, and their futures. Fellow Jews, I would like to talk about the three main elements of gender injustice. Number 1, marginalization of women. Number 2, subordination. And number 3, stereotype. Well, why do we need to have a harmonious relationship with these three elements? Allow me to talk more about it. Forms of gender injustice. Number 1, marginalization of women. The marginalization of the life and the role of women can be seen in the emotional expression of women. This tendency is more directed towards misbehavior of men towards women. This misbehavior is caused by multi-factors, one of which is the inability which leads to misinterpretation of men towards the paradigm of men's and women's lives. Forms of gender injustice. Number 2, subordination. Subordination is the belief that one sex is more important, more intellectual, superior, while the other sex is considered not only complementary, inferior, and more emotional. Subordination occurs in various domestic areas and public areas. Thus, it is clear that subordination is not great. Forms of gender injustice. Number 3, stereotype. Stereotype is a term attached to women who give a negative image. This tendency is detrimental to women in various lives. Thus, it is clear that this stereotype must be removed from the culture of our society. That is all I can share with you in this lovely day. Hopefully, it can give new perspectives and have benefits for us to be better and wiser. To end this Dharmawacana, I would like to share a Melayu verse with you. Men and women are one's creation. They all come from the Almighty. Thank you all for your kind attention. I end this with Paramasanti. Om Santi, Santi, Santi.
Om Swastiastu, Om Awignamastu Namo Sidam, Om Sidirastu Tadasu Swaha. May good thought come from all directions. The Honorable Judges of Utsawa Dharma Gita, my great respect to organizing committee of Utsawa Dharma Gita and all the participants of Utsawa Dharma Gita. First of all, let us pray and praise our gratitude to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa because of His Asungkerta Wanugraha, we are still given the breath of life and health for can run Utsawa Dharma Gita in this difficult time due to COVID-19. On this occasion, I would like to convey Dharmawacana entitled Dana Punya according to Hindu. I talk about taking this title because of the importance of doing Dana Punya and many questions circulating in the community regarding Dana Punya. Ladies and gentlemen, what is Dana Punya? Many people interpreting Dana Punya is giving alms in the form of money. Punya is giving money. Do you agree with that? There is many other questions such as, have you donated punya? Why do you have to give punya? Let me explain one by one. Dana punya consists of two words, namely dana and punya. Dana, which means gift, and punya means safety, good, happy, beautiful, and holy. So, giving punya means good and holy gifts. In other words, Dana Punya means increasing our sadha and devotion to God. During a pandemic like this, how do we do Dana Punya? One example, fans of South Korean idols who come from various regions usually do promotion online to collect fees to provide assistance in the form of masks, food materials, clothes, money for fraud victims or for offense on behalf of their idols. This is something that fans often do. Besides that, in times like this, we can do Dana Punya in any way. The most important thing is to give it sincerely. Then, what are the aims? Dana Punya aims to train oneself not to become greedy people, not only be selfish and be generous. Doing Dana Punya is one way to give thanks to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, who has given various necessities of life on this earth. Dear devotees, as I said earlier, many people say Dana Punya is giving money. Is it only money? In the book Mano Dharma Sastra, chapter 4, Sloka 228 state, Warida Sripti Mapnoti, Suka Maksaya Manadah, Tila Pradah Prajamistam di pada Syaksu Rutamam. Translation, he who gives water will find satisfaction. Giving food will be rewarded enjoyment. Those who give grain will have offspring. And those who give charity will be able to acquire the perfect knowledge. So, after listening to the contents of the sloka above, is Dana Punya just about giving money? The answer is no. We can give punya by giving water, food, seeds, and whatever as long as it is based on sincerity. According to Swami Vivekananda, there are three categories of Dana Punya. Namely, first, Dharma Dana. Dharma Dana means giving noble character to realize Dharma teachings. Second, Vidya Dana. Vidya Dana means providing knowledge. Third, Artha Dana. Artha Dana means providing the material or property need as long as it is based on taste sincere and obtained by way of Dharma. Then, to whom do we give Dana Punya? We can give it to stakeholders, panditas, poor people, disabled people, victims of natural disaster, temples, hospital, educational institution, and Dana Punya, it is possible that we can give Dana Punya for people who have the high level of economy. The best state in Bhagavad Gita chapter 17, sloka 40, it is state, Datavyam iti yadanam, diyatin upakarine, desekale patrecha, Gadanam Satwikam Semertam. Translation: charity given out of duty, without expectation of return, at the proper time and place, and toward the person is considered to be the mode of goodness. My beloved Hinduism brothers and sisters, let us do dana punya. Life goes on and on. Sometimes we are at the bottom. Sometimes we are in the middle. Sometimes we are above and then we go down again. This is the law of God which is Korta. When we are at the top, look down. Someday, when we are at below, we definitely need someone else helping. So do your best because this life is short. Therefore, it is clear that how important to do dana punya. We can do dana punya anytime, anywhere, and for anyone. Doing dana punya is very easy if we do it sincerely, because it's not only money we can give. That is the Dharmawacana that I can convey. In the end, I close with Parma Santi. Om Santi, 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 Om.